Good morning. It's officially NHL Draft Day. The NHL Draft starts up tonight at 7 o'clock with the New York Islanders expected to take defenseman Matthew Shaper first overall. The Buffalo Sabres currently set to draft 9th overall later tonight as well. Rounds 2 through 7 continue tomorrow. Stay tuned to WGR all weekend for the latest on the NHL Draft, and coverage of the NHL Draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. And by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. On Sabres Live yesterday afternoon, Darren Dreger of TSN reported a short list of teams that are looking to trade for Sabres defenseman Bowen Byram. That list included the LA Kings, the Vegas Golden Knights, Colorado Avalanche, Vancouver Canucks, St. Louis Blues, Philadelphia Flyers, and the Toronto Maple Leafs. In other NHL news, the league and the NHLPA announced late last night that the framework of a new CBA will officially be announced later today. Some of the key points are expanding to an 84-game season in 2026-27, a contract length cap of 7 years when re-signing players to their current team, and a 6-year cap when a player signs with a new team in free agency, and a revised long-term IR rule that prevents teams from circumventing the cap in the playoffs. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Friday morning. How are we all feeling?
Ooh.
Glad we're all sitting down?
Very glad that I am sitting down right now. That is for sure.
That stair climb was probably...
I really considered the elevator. I thought about the elevator.
The one-floor elevator?
The whole ride here, I thought about the elevator. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
I was like, am I going to be able to get up the stairs? I don't know.
Did you walk in with Josh this morning?
We did.
Yeah, we did.
Yep, we did.
I heard Owen audibly groan as he got out of his car.
If Josh wasn't there, would you have taken the elevator?
I will shamefully 100%.
And just not tell people?
100%. If I'm being totally honest with you guys and everyone out there, I would have taken the elevator if I got there before Josh.
So we had our 11-day power play game last night. 6 to 9 was the time slot. And, 3-hour hockey game. Owen playing... I mean, you had laced up the pads a couple times right before in preparation.
Yeah, I had a couple of preparatory skates, but nothing, obviously 3 hours long. That was tough.
Yeah, the lot of stamina needed for last night's game. It was pretty competitive throughout also. Like, usually I feel like those things slow down on pace nearing the end. I never felt like that happened.
Yeah, there was always some juice to the game. There were a couple of net front scrums where I had guys on defense come and yell at people in front of me. It was it was a good game. It was a good game the whole way.
Yeah.
Owen got player of the game, too.
And Owen got player of the game, which well-deserved.
Hockey Night in Canada 11-day towel. Very excited about that.
Nice.
Very good.
That's very cool. I like that.
Couldn't have done it without the guys in front of me.
Yeah, well, look at that. That's some goalie locker room press conference talk, right? He's well trained.
Yeah, well, I had my years. I did my time.
There were a couple of kids on the other team that they could rip it.
Yeah, there was a junior Sabres kid that was scooting around out there every time he was out there. I knew as soon as he jumped over the boards, I was like, all right, I'm gonna have to do stuff for this whole shift now. This is gonna make me tired.
That first shift he had too in the first hour, I was just like, oh. All right. I was sitting there on the bench watching. It's like, okay, that guy's fast.
Yeah.
A lot faster than me.
Yeah, I was very happy when we were not out there against that line. My line, at least. 11-day power play, by the way, does continue. Thanks to everybody who donated and showed up yesterday. You can still donate, and there are still games going on, of course. 11daypowerplay.com. You can search the team. You can search individual players.
I play again tonight.
Josh plays again tonight.
Going to the net
That's
tonight.
crazy.
9 to midnight.
Have fun, dude.
My legs are not ready.
Yeah. Well, now, listen, Josh will no longer be able to criticize any player who plays poorly on the second of a back-to-back in the NHL. Yeah. Because he will now know what it feels like to play, well, a 3-hour game, but, the pace of the NHL might as well be a 5-hour game in comparison. Today you're going to have to do it tonight, probably feeling like super sore. And if you don't play well, you're going to have to remember that.
Yeah, I never actually thought about it that way. That's
Step
that's
up
a good
to
way
the
to put
podium and answer the questions, Josh.
Yeah,
are you out of shape?
We didn't get pucks in deep, and just got to get more pucks on net.
There you go.
In hockey, you really don't ever hear them use the excuse of the back-to-back.
Not the players.
Not often. Not the players. Maybe
it's rare.
The coaches maybe will mention it.
Coaches do it pretty regularly to try and give their guys an out a lot. I know
that's right.
But players, I think we saw Toronto complain a little bit about it this year because they had a stretch early in this calendar year in January, February, where they played a game essentially every other night for a month, and it was like 70% road games. It was really tough. It's like there are definitely times where the NHL will take the advantage, of their players and make them play a pretty crazy schedule, and you'll hear it then a little bit. But for the most part, you don't hear guys make many excuses, period, in the NHL, to be fair.
No, that's
like the players themselves.
That's right. So we got the win, and by the way, I do think, I was looking for this right now. I'd read an article a couple months ago about, there were numbers put on how teams perform in that second of a back-to-back, and it makes a bigger difference than you think.
Oh, it's a major factor.
It's like an 8-9% change in win percentage for the average team in that second game in the NHL.
What's the percentage change when a player plays as a skater the one game and a goalie the next game?
Well, that's the other thing Josh is doing, right? Josh is playing goalie tonight after playing on the ice last night.
I caddied 18 for Jeremy yesterday. And
that's right.
That is true. That was probably a nice little warm-up, though, right?
That was kind of my thought process. I wanted to go, get the legs loose, walk 18, no swings, so you're not torquing your back around. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, the back-to-back thing, if you've never done it, if you've never played two, full 60-minute competitive hockey games in 2 days consecutively, you feel it. I playing in junior, all you do is play back-to-back. You play Friday, you play Saturday. Sometimes you play 3 and 3. You play Friday, Saturday, Sunday if you're on a long road trip. Those are brutal. Yep. It's a little more even playing field because the other team's doing it. You're playing series against other team most of the time. So whatever game you played, they played. But it's amazing. You talk about it after the game. It's one of the last things coach says to you after the game. Get your ice baths, do all your recovery. It's a big deal. And a lot of guys, you may be in shape, but you might not be back-to-back in shape. And there's a big gap there. And I think it matters a lot especially at that level in the NHL where you're playing at maximum capacity like that. It really changes a lot. And I think you even see some teams make purposeful stylistic shifts in the front end and the back end of a back-to-back. You see goalies play strategic games, all that stuff. It's a big deal.
Sure. So that's going on, continuing into the weekend and into next week for the 11-day power play. And as Owen mentioned there, it's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. We did talk to him yesterday as he was going through his 100 holes of golf at Wanaka Country Club and completed that. And Owen, as he mentioned, caddied for him for 18. And you also caddied for him the 18 holes where he had his match against
with Nate. Correct.
And you guys were streaming it. I watched a couple of minutes of it. It was the hole where he had an eagle putt for a two-shot lead or whatever.
It was to go up 2. That was a big It was one of the best approach shots I've ever seen Jeremy hit on that hole. He hit like a 225-yard hybrid, just drop and stop. Just great shot.
And I believe he ended up with 10 birdies.
Correct.
We had set the over-under at 7.5, and he cleared it. He cleared it pretty easily, too.
Yeah.
And that hole would have been one of them. Although, I'm not going to lie, I was watching. The gimme range was a little far there.
I don't know if it's my place to discuss the gimme protocol at the 100 holes of golf, but
it's a little more.
It may be a question to ask Jeremy on Monday. I'll say that.
Yeah, how many? Because the gimme. What's the normal gimme range? I hear people say a club length, like a putter length.
Right, inside the grip of a putter is a
grip
classic.
of a putter really is probably more of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Couple of
what
feet,
is that? 2.5, 3 feet, something like that.
I think once you get to 4 feet, typically, I want to see that.
Yeah.
I want to see that putt. Whereas 100 holes, it's understandable. They're trying to keep up the pace, right? They're trying to finish before the sun goes down, But what do they expand it to? Because it's not going to be like 15 feet.
Right.
Is it
5 feet maybe?
Is it
6?
8 feet? I don't know. This birdie putt that I saw on Twitter, tough to evaluate too because it's video and how really far it is versus how far it looks. Because it looked like it was a 10-foot putt.
It was not a short putt. It was not. It was not classic gimme range.
I think he made it anyway. By the way,
he did.
None of this is to say that he doesn't deserve his bird. I think he made the putt.
It was given already.
It was given, and then he just hit it, and it went in.
He one hand smacked it in, and it went in. It was all right. Woo. But it was a generous give.
Yeah. So. Again, all the fundraising season, Ride for Roswell, by the way, tomorrow. If you want to donate to that, Bulldog will be riding, leading Team WGR. You could do that at the Ride for Roswell site. So, yeah, a lot of good fundraising events obviously going on this week with 100 holes, an 11-day power play, and Ride for Roswell. And we're very proud to participate in all three of those to some capacity here at the station. So... And as Jeremy is saying, you texted, I said it. He made the putt. He wants everyone to know he made the putt. He did make the putt. Although it wasn't on video. I heard him in the background of the video game. I made that, by the way, or something of the sort. So, how long was the shot in? 200 something?
Yeah, like 225 into
225
into a par 5. Just a real nice baby draw, like real high up.
Awesome.
One bounce and stopped. It was awesome. One of the better shots I've ever seen him hit after a bombed drive too.
Yeah. So it's draft day. NHL draft day. As you heard Josh in the update, we will have draft coverage starting tonight at 7:00 with Brayton Wilson. Paul Hamilton will be along as well. We'll have full coverage throughout the night. Draft night memories. I mean, it's kind of a non-event compared to what it used to be in terms of draft parties and when the Sabres are picking first or second, and it's a draft that's following a tank season. It's obviously very different because tonight, I think, we won't talk much about the prospects today at all. We had Stephen Ellis on the show yesterday to do a little bit of that, but I get the sense that everybody, and this has been true probably for 2-3 years now at least, that everybody just wants to see them trade the pick. Not to say people be angry if tomorrow morning they've selected some 6'2" winger that Porter Martone, for instance, is one name that I've heard. They draft him. Tomorrow, it'll be, who is this guy? Everyone learning about what he is, and then, we'll let him go play his junior hockey, and we'll see you in 3 years. That's typically how it goes with these guys in the NHL draft. I think most people just want to see them trade the pick because the timeline is let's go, let's win right now, and the Sabres opened up a big need this week in their top 6. But I used to really enjoy the NHL draft. Again, very different circumstances. It's easier to enjoy a draft when you have gone through a year of being in last and being either okay with them being in last or even actively rooting for them to be in last, which would have been, the Eichel draft before that, the Reinhart draft. Because yesterday was 10 years since draft night 2015. 10 years. How about that, by the way? It's been 10 years since all of that. And that draft night There was an energy in that building that you won't find almost in any game now during the regular season. I'm sitting in the stands for that, and it is maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes before the picks start rolling in, and we know what's going to happen. We know it's going to be McDavid to Edmonton, and we know the Sabres are going to pick Eichel. So there really wasn't a lot of drama to it. But there had been trade talk, and that's where that Sabre team just felt like it rated, felt like it was alive. They didn't end up being good, but it felt like it. I think this is maybe the last time that this was true. It felt like they existed in the league. They didn't get Mike Babcock to be the coach. They tried, and maybe they came close. Maybe they were just used for leverage, and they never had a shot. But they tried to hire the most famous number one coach that was out there on the market. They didn't get it, but they hire a Stanley Cup winning coach, chose to come here, and it didn't end up being a good coach, but the pedigree that he already had, you don't see that now with this team. Guy won the Stanley Cup as like the head coach, who at the time he's just coming off that team. He's not 3 teams removed from it. You know, you got to rate in the league a little bit to get a guy like that. And they had a general manager at the time who was slamming his foot on the gas all the time with some of those trades, and you could argue he went too far. I saw some people tweeting about the Vander Kane trade yesterday, and like looking back on that, it had been 10 years and something since that deal. It's like, look at all the stuff they gave up. I saw that, by the way, I'm like, they really didn't end up giving up as much as you think. Sure, there was like 7 things in it, but at the end of the day, it was like a second pair defenseman and Myers, and you know,
I saw so much reaction that was like, look at this horrible deal, and you look at there's a lot
wasn't
of
even that
stuff,
bad.
but there's not. It's quantity, not quality, really.
Drew
So
Stafford was also in that trade.
sure, right? Like
I think
as a
that's
rental.
probably part of it. It was just kind of an emotional Stafford part of that old core that was whatever.
So not only is 10 years ago yesterday the anniversary of that draft, but it's also of the Ryan O'Reilly trade. And all of that together was, look at what they were. They were trading for star players in the league. I'm sure they were on no trade clauses, but that was not an active part of conversations. At least I don't remember it that way. You had your Shane Doans who didn't want to come here, and your Brad Richards who couldn't get a meeting with. But when they're trading for guys, like when they're trading for Ryan O'Reilly, or when it's even rumored that they wanted to before that, never remember, oh, well, this guy's got a 10-team no-trade list, or this guy's got a no-movement clause. And just, I know they existed, but wasn't really a part of the conversation. It was Stanley Cup winning coach wants to go, and you're trading for good players. You know, Kane was a good player in Winnipeg. O'Reilly was a really good player in Colorado. Like, the Sabres felt like they rated a little bit. I remember arguing with people about just what they were as a destination compared to what like this is maybe just when Babcock was deciding on where to go. Like, what were they compared to Toronto? It's like, okay, yeah, smaller market, but look what they were building. But how much of that was Eichel looking back on that and the belief that he was a superstar and did end up being that, and that was really kind of the centerpiece of it all. And 10 years goes by. 10 years goes by, and the feelings that I would have had about that team then, about them rating in the league as even a destination to some extent, at least in comparison, to now, where I just always have this feeling about this team that it feels like they aren't really in the NHL, that they don't rate at all. It's ownership, that's the building, that's, Lindy is back, and we love that Lindy is back, right? But even when Lindy comes back, it's, is that because he was the only one that would take the job that fit the description of a veteran, experienced coach that they were looking for? Just, it more and more This is coming up because of the Peterka trade. Like 23-year-old guys that have played 2 years in the league. Like, yeah, I'm good. It just gets solved with winning, right? It just gets solved with winning. But you always wonder about the resources that are given to the team and how much they really put into it on that front. And a lot of it, more than, anything else, I feel like a lot of it is that Adams is still the general manager, which is kind of amazing that he is still the general manager. He will not walk across that stage tonight because it is a decentralized draft, but he will... Well, how will they do it? Will they announce the pick? Will Adams announce the pick, remotely? That's what they did during the COVID draft when they selected Owen Power. Like, it was at the concourse floor, the club level at KeyBank Center.
Right, and now they're going to be in the Bills facility. I'd imagine it'll be a Zoom situation, and they'll just bring up whatever general manager, and they'll announce the pick.
So we would think Adams is still going to make the pick, not Bettman is going to stand on.
Yeah, why not do it like the NFL does, where you have the commissioner come out and announce it, and then the next day, like tomorrow, 2 through 7, you can have all these celebrities and people come out and do it for fun.
Nobody there to boo Bettman either, so that might be
no. You know what? I don't think the GMs are going to make the pick. You want to know why? They are still having the draft at a live location.
Right, it's in L.A.,
Peacock Theater in L.A.
Right.
So...
Yeah, you're probably right. They'll probably have...
Is Bill Daly going to go out and do it?
Bettman or Daly or somebody...
I would assume round one they'll have Bettman do it.
Right, and then it'll probably be Daly after that or whoever, and...
So it's going to look more like the NFL draft.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how it goes, because it'll be an interesting... It sounds like they're thinking about moving away from it already, so...
I think that's probably right.
I think it probably is, too.
That's probably right to think.
They just don't... It doesn't seem... I get why they did it. They did it because it's so fast from Stanley Cup final ends, draft, free agency. It is really quick, and I think a couple of years ago, they all got stuck in Nashville, and everything kind of fell apart with that, and everybody was really mad and sort of hastily had this idea for, let's do it online. I don't want to go do anything. And I think they'll probably regret that and immediately go back to it next year. We'll see.
Yeah. So tonight, 9 overall is the pick. And again, the point I was leading to there is I just want to feel like the Sabres rate in the league at all. And that will come and can come with winning. It also can come with big moves. And Peterka gone opens up a big spot. Paul's been saying more than one spot. I mean, 2, I think you could even argue 3 spots in the top 6 that you'd like to fill. Half of it, really. Big moves can do that too. It can juice up the fan base. It can give you more confidence. It can get the league talking. And I know that's not necessarily automatically going to work every time, to the winning part, but when Eichel got drafted and the Sabres selected Ryan O'Reilly, or traded for Ryan O'Reilly the same night, that is 10 years ago yesterday, and that is the number one draft memory that I have, is sitting in that arena as all that is happening, and it felt like that night, all right, here we go. This team is
It felt like the start
something.
of, a new exciting era for them, and it just...
Right. And now it feels like it is heading downhill because you're in year 6 with the same GM, right? Then it's the GM is still fairly new and the core is new, the core is being built in front of your eyes. Today it's you have your core and you're still just not sure if it's near good enough.
Is it gonna work? Can they do it? It's all.
Yeah,
it's so frustrating because you thought at that time, I have the same memories. I was a little younger than you, but especially I think because I was a different age, I was so excited to watch a Sabres team that I could get excited and believe in, and because I haven't had a team since I've been an adult that I've been able to root
all of
for.
us.
It's been. I was however old when they last made the playoffs. I was 10 or 12, whatever. Yeah. I didn't have any grasp of how exciting that was and what that meant. And I probably now have an overly blown up version of how much that'll mean to me because it's been so long. And I think just where so much frustration that we see now comes is from that and from feeling like that's happening again here. And that is a dark, dark place to be. I think so many fans, we get so apathetic and then end up just getting resentful. And that it's not healthy. It's not what you want to root for a team for. And all you want to see is them right the ship.
Well, and I do think there's going to be more moves. We know there have to be more moves after they open up that spot in the top 6. That can come tonight. And that's where I want to feel optimistic about the next week or two. I did not like the J.J. Peterka trade, but that doesn't mean that I will not like where they end up ultimately, because they will make moves, and maybe they'll trade the 9th pick tonight. Maybe they'll make a different move tonight, or they'll trade for somebody ahead of free agency. They'll do it in free agency. I want to give a couple of weeks to this team when the reporting has been they want to do something big. And so far, that has been they made another trade where the best player in the deal was their own going elsewhere. But if they want to do something big, all right, let's see it. Let's see it tonight. Let's see it this weekend. And let's see if they can get everyone to a place of hope. That's kind of what I want to get to a little bit today, is how many moves are they really away from being good? Like being playoff good. Because that is something that, as we break down what the roster looks like and what some of the rumors are. By the way, we have to talk about some of the things that they reportedly passed on, and then how some of those reports were labeled. So we'll get to just a couple of them.
Gosh.
Get to that. Anyways, it's draft night. Jody Biasi, Jeremy Wood is off today. That's Owen Parker. You hear there, Josh Schmidt as well. 11-day power play continues. Be sure to head to 11daypowerplay.com if you want to donate. We are probably going to stretch a little bit in the break here just to keep the muscles moving a little bit. And we got plenty of time for your phone calls at 803-0550. Paul's coming up at 7, so we'll talk to Paul about tonight and potential moves the Sabres could make. And then at 9 o'clock, Brogan Houston, who covers the Mammoth out in Utah, is going to join us for a little bit more about Michael Kesselring and Josh Doan. A little more insight on those two, who both spoke yesterday as well. Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. 803-0550 is the phone number if you want to hang out here on WGR. I am internally trying to get to a place where I feel good about the two pieces they brought back. Because again, I do think there are things to like about both players. But if Mark or any other fan wants to throw their hands up and say, I just traded one of my... How good was Peterka? Was he one of their 4 best players? Really asking. Thompson, Dahlin, and is it then Peterka after that, or is it Power first? Is it Tuck first? One of their 5 best players. Just make it easy. They traded one of their 5 best players and one of their 3 best forwards for a guy that on the Utah Hockey Club that didn't exist a year ago ranked 5th on their team in ice time, and a forward who ranked 11th on their team in ice time. If that's all you need to make your judgment on how you feel about this trade, I think you're completely fair to do that. You're completely right to do that. There might be other arguments there, but that is really at the core what they did. And that is why I think the takeaway of these players might be nice, but they didn't get the value they should have, because at the end of the day, the Sabres traded one of their 3 best forwards for Utah's number 5 defenseman and their number 11 forward. And when you put it that way, it sounds like a joke. A complete and utter joke, when I don't think they needed to trade him. really what this trade does for me is it confirms a lot of priors about the Sabres that you might have had. One, the players that want to be here mentality, right? Again, no fighting, no, what do you mean? Oh, you want out? Okay, you have 4 years we have 4 years of leverage, of contract control before you can hit unrestricted free agent status. So, okay, I respect your wanting out, but no, I'm not doing that. I've got you for 4 more years. I'm at least playing you for 1 more of the 4, and he's got to sign. 2, the not spending to the cap. You would have had that confirmed yesterday. At this time, they could go and use it. Like, and I woke up to your tweet of like, well, now the Sabres do have all this cap space to use. And I'd love for that to be true. How confident are we, though, that the Sabres are going to turn around and they're now viewing this as, man, we got $21 million in cap space now after trading Peterka. We didn't have to pay him $7.7 million, which is what he signed with Utah. So we can go use that. That's not how I approach that. That's not how I think about it on the surface. It's, they're not going to spend to the cap again. Because they traded a player that cost almost $8 million, and they replaced him with a couple of players that make less than $2 million total. So that prior would be confirmed. And the other one, which this isn't necessarily a negative one, this is something I think we've known about them for 2 years, which is they want to be tougher to play against. They absolutely want to be tougher to play against. And I think they did that with this trade. They got a good defensive defenseman who I've seen described, even though he's 6'5", as physical, but he's not like the meanest defenseman. He will drop the gloves if he needs to, but he's not going to be a bone-crushing hitter out there. So that helps you. And then Josh Doan looks like he's a player that makes a really solid defensive impact. But what did I give up to get tougher to play against? I gave up my second best 5-on-5 scorer.
It is NHL Draft Day. The NHL Draft starts up tonight at 7 o'clock with the New York Islanders picking first overall. It's expected they'll take defenseman Matthew Schaefer. The Sabres currently sit at 9th overall. Rounds 2 through 7 continue tomorrow. Stay tuned to WGR all weekend for the latest on the NHL Draft. Coverage of the NHL Draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. On Sabres Live yesterday afternoon, Darren Dreger of TSN reported a short list of teams that could be looking to trade for Sabres defenseman Bowen Byram, one of them including reuniting with the Colorado Avalanche. And in other NHL news, the league and the NHLPA announced late last night a framework of a new CBA will officially be announced later today. The current CBA does not expire until 2026, but some key points on the next one. Expected to expand to an 84-game season in 2026-27, and a revised long-term IR rule to prevent teams from circumventing the cap in the playoffs. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Buffalo selects Jack Eichel.
Surprise, surprise. McDavid, Eichel, 1-2. Listen, people who are fans of pro sports in Buffalo, they are tortured fans. Bills, Sabres. How might this young man change things in the city of Buffalo?
He can take a game over by himself because he's just so strong. He's so physical. He can be nasty if he has to be. He has played against men and thrived against men. This is not going to be a big transition for Jack Eichel.
Liam McHugh there after that pick. What was his exact phrasing? The people of Buffalo have suffered long enough.
Tortured Buffalo sports fans.
Tortured Buffalo sports fans.
This is 2 years before the drought's over.
Listen, we can't fully say that because the Bills do exist and Josh Allen has done what he's done. And they rate and they exist and they are the center of the sport in the NFL. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. It's NHL Draft Night, 7 o'clock tonight for the start of our coverage. When thinking about the Sabres drought and like that, because that is incredible to hear. To hear that is 10 years ago talking about a Sabres selection, and it's, wow, this is good news for them because, man, if they've been tortured, 10 years go by, and it's basically still the exact same, if not. Again, in the first segment, it's a very different feeling and vibe this draft tonight and the last couple of drafts versus that draft. That draft's tough to compete with, though, because it's not just the Eichel pick, it's the O'Reilly pick or trade. One listener tweeted in what they said on that night, or what like friends and family were posting on Facebook that night. And he said his father was dancing around the room like a 5-year-old at Christmas time after they traded for O'Reilly and drafted Eichel. That draft is unmatched for vibe. It was a great one. So, that 10-year-old comment by Liam McHugh, my thought isn't, the one of them is, man, I can't believe how long it's been. I can't believe how long it's been for the Sabres. It really also is, thank goodness the Bills figured it out. We used to play an open on Chopin the Bulldog with Bulldog ranting one good team. Just give me one good team. It's a great rant. It's an all-time rant on the station. And listen, that came true. Maybe it's a curse because he only said, I just need one. And then the sports gods are like, okay, you can have one. You're only getting one, but here's one. And the Bills have been awesome. And I do think that really does make it a little easier for fans that are fans of both teams, which I think is most people. Because you do have that escape of, they trade Peterka, another one of their top players. Look, Josh Allen highlights being recommended to me on YouTube. Oh, look, every James Cook touchdown from 2024. Awesome. Oh, look, the highlights of Bills Dolphins from week 2 of last season. Click. There's a quicker sports escape for those that are maybe even just fans of the two teams. And that helps. How many moves are the Sabres away from being legitimately good, though? How many do we feel? Is it fair to say that they are close? Because I think they could make it. I think they could get a lucky goalie season. I think they could get hot scoring from a couple of guys like, of course, Tage, and Dahlin is super good. But without getting lucky goaltending, are they a couple moves away?
I think so. Which is, it always feels ridiculous to talk about, but I think they are. I like Kesselring a lot. I like Doan a lot. I don't think anybody's talking about Doan as much as I think maybe they should. He's a nice depth piece, I think, for the team. I really do think that provides an Owen power partner for you, which will really help stabilize back there. I think this is all, I think, under the assumption that they will make the move to replace Peterka's role. That's the key to it. I think if they can do that, so that's one move, and they find some other way to improve somewhere, whether they add another depth piece on the back end or up front. I think at that point, if you get a halfway decent season out of your goaltenders, Kesselring does what you think he's going to do for you and stabilizes power a little bit and allows him to be a little more impactful. I think this team could be really good. There's a lot of really good players on this team. Rasmus Dahlin is incredible to watch play hockey. If he played in another market, not to bring that up, but If he played somewhere on a team that was winning, he would be Norris candidate guy every year, I think. He's so smart. He kills plays. He's the perfect modern defenseman. He skates well. He moves the puck. He's lethal in the O-zone, and he knows how to throw his weight around. And when you have a backbone like that and then another guy to support him in power, who I know a lot of people are low on, but he's a special talent.
That combo should be as good as any combo of defensemen in the league. I think they are very good. Dahlin, I think, is great. And I think Power is very good and still growing. That is a good question. Like, can those two kind of be what jumpstarts them? Is their ascension? One day they'll make it. I think one day they will make it. And I think I said yesterday that, like, really when the most likely way that happens is you get a great goalie season. That your team is pretty good, and it could be Luukkonen even. You just have a great goalie season, and that carries you through. I do think another possibility is that Dahlin and Power get so that the Sabres blue line, it's too good to fail.
It's undeniable.
And that might take Power growing into his role and his body a little bit more, and maybe Kesselring will be critical to that too. But it's more so the former, the two guys that are supposed to be your elite defensemen. I mean, there's not a lot of blueprints in the NHL of playoff teams, contending teams, where their lifeblood is the back end. That they don't have the elite centers. They don't have the elite forward littered throughout the lineup. You look at almost every team that's gone into the playoffs, and especially deep into the playoffs in recent years, and almost every single one of them has got 2, 3, 4 elite forwards.
Yeah.
There's one team that really never has, and that's Carolina. Now, Carolina plays a system, and it's Brindamore, but when I think of Carolina from especially 3-4 years ago, they just have the best blue line in the league.
Yeah, it's Slavin and Burns and just...
Well, even before that, like Justin Falk, when he's
awesome.
in... Like, they never had... Maybe Slavin should have been getting this. They didn't have a Dahlin guy that, like, oh, this guy's going to win the Norris. But they often had, like, the best defense core in hockey. They didn't have superstar forwards. They didn't have superstar goaltending. But they could just smother you, take the puck away, and control the game from back there. And that is exactly the type of potential I still feel like Power has, and we know Dahlin has.
Yeah, I think they could be a supercharged version of that. None of those defensemen were ever as good as Rasmus Dahlin is now.
No, I mean, Slavin is awesome. But not as good as Dahlin.
And he's better in his own end. He's better than anybody in his own end, to be fair.
Right.
But Dahlin brings another level of super talent to that. And I think so does Power if he can develop into his body a little bit.
Yeah.
I think a lot of Power is just filling out that frame. That's a big frame. I mean, he's a big kid, and he doesn't have a lot of weight on him as far as we've seen so far in his NHL career. And if he can really, and that takes a lot of time. People think these are kids still. Power's he's 23, 24 now? And he's going to get stronger for the next 4 years, at least. So what does he look like in 4 years?
22, by the way.
22. Gosh.
22. But really, it's that, and it's also him having the confidence to say, I'm on the ice right now. The pace of this game is what I decide it is.
Exactly.
That is something where, like, that's Hedman. You know, that's Hedman in Tampa. That is, I'm the best player on the ice. I'm controlling this play. I'm getting it out of our zone, and I'm going to set up. Like, that is, to me, what he would be at his best. And I think he's been very good, but he's not quite at that point where he is dominating. He's dominating in that way. Paul in Buffalo, if you hang on hold, we'll get to you right when we come back on kind of the Sabres blueprint here, how much that could change tonight, whether they're a move or two away from being legitimately good or if they are farther than that. Because I think there would probably be many that would say, no, they can't just make one good trade and be a playoff team. But maybe if the trade was good enough. We'll get to Paul, and then we'll get to Paul Hamilton coming up at 7 o'clock. So still time for your phone calls here on Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. We were talking in the break about like the contract and whether that's, like I said earlier, that's a deal I would have been very happy with to see the Sabres sign him to. He signs in Salt Lake City, Utah. He doesn't go to a big market at all. He goes to a team where it's even really hard to argue, like, if the winning part of it is what really matters to you, I'm not saying they are worse off than the Sabres for this in like a belief of winning from a player. But they didn't make the playoffs last year. They were fine. They had 89 points. The Utah did last year. 89 points. But you didn't go to Florida or Tampa. You know, you didn't go to some perennial winner. You went to a team that was bad when they were in Arizona, and then they moved, and then they were pretty good, but they weren't a playoff team. So you didn't go to a perennial winner. You didn't go to a big market or big, you didn't go to a big city. Was it? How much of it was about the money?
I think a lot of it was. I believe that if the Sabres had offered this contract to J.J. Peterka, he'd be a Buffalo Sabre today. That's what I believe. I don't know that. And to me, that means that Kevin Adams just didn't feel that that was the value for this player.
And if that is true, man, that would I would have a lot of feelings about that are not positive. I mean,
or he could feel, no, I could have offered him that, but I don't want a guy who just doesn't want to be here. Mm-hmm. As we listen to him talk, the way he talks, and said, look, I could pay him that.
Just for the money?
But I'm not. I do think it's a very, very telling quote from the press conference the other day. He said, we could play it. I think, do you have it there? Could you play that, Josh? Could you play the quote? He said something about paying a player and it's not always going to make a player happy or something like that. Do you have that? Let's play this right here. All right. Josh is going to fire it up here. Here we go.
paying someone more money, hoping that they'll make them happy, isn't usually a recipe for success. You have to have players that buy into and believe what you're doing and wake up every day in Buffalo excited to be a Sabre. I think that's important. In saying that, are there hard conversations with times? Are players at times frustrated?
I think it's important to note here, to me, like, I guess I should say, I think what he's saying is, I could pay J.J. Peterka what he wants, and he'll sign it. I don't think that helps our team because he's not going to be happy here, and we're dealing with this.
Man,
And I'm not telling you it's the right approach.
No,
I think
right,
it's his approach.
I think he's got the wrong approach if that's the case. You are Buffalo. You are the Buffalo Sabres. Come on, man. Even if that were true, you only have so many avenues to get talented players and to keep talented players.
Quick phone call.
And there would be a lot of players that wouldn't even take your money.
Story from Prague in Czechia, which is where David Pastrnak is from. There is some story from a paper there about the Florida Panthers pushing all in to trade for David Pastrnak this summer, which... we get these stories from overseas from time to time. If anything like that were to happen, then I think we have to call the Panthers a super team. We were talking about that in the break, though. I don't know what they would have. Like, it would have to be Anton Lundell to start, but they don't have any picks. So, Florida. I don't think it'll happen. Boston's not going to trade Pastrnak. He's their only good forward. Hey, anyways, 803-0550, the phone number on the Sabres. Paul in Buffalo is next up. What's up, Paul?
Good morning, Joe. I think you guys were right on point before you went to commercial there. For us to be great, it has to start with our 2 number 1 picks. And, you've heard many of my calls over the years. I have really yet to ever call about Owen Power, and maybe once or twice I've mentioned him. He's just too young, and the position is too hard to learn to start criticizing him. This coming season is, I really think, when callers have the right to start criticizing Owen Power. When you're that tall and that thin, it takes time to get into your body. And when you're playing a position like NHL defense that takes... no one is in their prime as an NHL defenseman before 25 unless you're named Dahlin or Makar. It's very, very rare. So people need to lay off Owen Power. I think when he is 25 years old, he is going to be an all-star every year for 10 years running. Maybe I'll be wrong about that, but if he's healthy at 25, he's going to be great. Moving on to the trade. The grade is incomplete, but I think it's halfway to something really smart. Now, I've never been as high on Peterka as others. I think he disappears when times are tough, and I think he eats up backup goalies in meaningless games. But what we got back was a right-shot defenseman who can play defense, is entering his age 25 season. He's going to have his best years right now. And, we got back someone who could be a punching bag, could be more, who cares about that. But we now have a flood of defensemen, and Bowen Byram needs to go. And he's going to go in a package with the 9th overall pick and any prospect we have. Let's just say Consta Hellenius. And for those 3 assets, let's just pretend we got Elias Pettersson back. That is a better hockey team. Taking out Bowen Byram and J.J. Peterka and bringing back Elias Pettersson and Michael Kesselring, that is a better hockey team by a country mile, in my opinion. And if that is what's done, or a forward of Pettersson's caliber, which is no one would even debate, not a top 6, a top 3 forward, that's a better hockey team. So if Kevin Adams can manage that, I'll be a happy camper, and I would certainly buy a few tickets, I think. Guys, have a good show. Have a nice day.
Thanks, Paul, for the call. That's a big lift to get a player of that caliber when Bo Byram is your centerpiece. It depends. How does another team view him? Because if I could see a smart team looking at some of his numbers and going, oh, he's a Dahlin merchant. And I'm not giving you my number 1 center for him. If you want to pair him with, But that's the thing. Originally, the Pettersson idea, it was Cousins and Byram, and then it was, maybe Peterka and Byram. I guess they were interested in Josh Norris at the deadline. We want to make it Norris and Byram now? But I understand it. But it's a big lift. It's a huge lift to bring back a forward of that caliber. The Buffalo Sabres have not acquired a forward of that caliber since the trade
10 years ago that we were just talking about, O'Reilly, right? It's been a decade. So, but I'm with you. If they find a way to do it, then you'll pair the two trades together and it'll look pretty good. And by the way, one other quick thing on Peterka before we hit a break and go to we'll get Paul Hamilton in on this. Peterka, I did see yesterday, Brian Mazurowski from down the hall at WBEN's been pointing this out a lot lately, that Peterka scored like 1 goal, 2 goals, something really low during the 13-game losing streak. Is it 4 goals? That's a little better. But still, BMAZ says it was 3. 3 during the 13, but whatever. If you look at his splits, Peterka's, the Sabres have this reputation of as soon as the pressure is off in March and April, that's when they start to play well. And if you actually look at it, it's not fully true. Like, it's a little true, but it's not really that. I think it's a little bit overstated. But when you look at Peterka's goal totals in the last few years, his goal total does go up a lot in March and April. It's like non-existent in December, but March and April, there's a lot of goals. And listen, if you are one of those people that every time we get to that point in the season, you're saying to your friends or Twitter, oh, pressure's off, late in the season, this is when the Sabres start winning, then you should be the person that believes that they were right to trade Peterka, because he stacked up a lot of goals in those games. Anyways, Paul Hamilton, when we come back, take more of your phone calls as well. It is draft night. Sabres at the moment are slated to pick number 9 overall. Our draft coverage starts tonight at 7 o'clock. We'll reminisce with Paul. We'll look ahead, trades, draft picks, all coming up here on WGR. So it's draft day. NHL draft day. As you heard Josh in the update, we will have a draft coverage starting tonight at 7 o'clock with Brayton Wilson. Paul Hamilton will be along as well. We'll have full coverage throughout the night. Draft night memories. I mean, it's kind of a non-event compared to what it used to be in terms of draft parties and when the Sabres are picking first or second, and it's a draft that's following a tank season. It's obviously very different because tonight, I think, we won't talk much about the prospects today at all. We had Stephen Ellis on the show yesterday to do a little bit of that, but I get the sense that everybody, and this has been true probably for 2-3 years now at least, that everybody just wants to see them trade the pick. Not to say people be angry if tomorrow morning they've selected some 6'2" winger that Porter Martone, for instance, is one name that I've heard. They draft him. Tomorrow, it'll be, who is this guy? Everyone learning about what he is, and then, we'll let him go play his junior hockey, and we'll see you in 3 years. That's typically how it goes with these guys in the NHL draft. I think most people just want to see them trade the pick because the timeline is let's go, let's win right now, and the Sabres opened up a big need this week in their top 6. And I do think there's going to be more moves. We know there have to be more moves after they open up that spot in the top 6. That can come tonight, and that's where I want to feel optimistic about the next week or two. I did not like the J.J. Peterka trade, but that doesn't mean that I will not like where they end up ultimately, because they will make moves, and maybe they'll trade the 9th pick tonight. Maybe they'll make a different move tonight, or they'll trade for somebody ahead of free agency. They'll do it in free agency. I want to give a couple of weeks to this team when the reporting has been they want to do something big, and so far that has been they made another trade where the best player in the deal was their own going elsewhere. But if they want to do something big, all right, let's see it. Let's see it tonight. Let's see it this weekend, and let's see if they can get everyone to a place of hope.
Good morning. It is NHL Draft Day. The NHL Draft starts tonight at 7 o'clock. The New York Islanders select first overall. They're expected to take defenseman Matthew Schaefer. The Sabres currently set at 9th overall in the draft later tonight. Rounds 2 through 7 continue tomorrow. Stay tuned to WGR all weekend for the latest on the NHL Draft, and coverage of the NHL Draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. On Sabres Live yesterday afternoon, Darren Dreger of TSN reported a short list of teams that are looking to trade for Sabres defenseman Bowen Byram. That list included the LA Kings, Vegas Golden Knights, Colorado Avalanche, Vancouver Canucks, St. Louis Blues, Philadelphia Flyers, and Toronto Maple Leafs. In other NHL news, the league and NHLPA announced last night that the framework of a new CBA will be officially announced later today. Some of the key points are expanding to an 84-game season in 26-27, a contract length cap of 7 years when re-signing players with a current team, and 6-year cap when signing to a new team in free agency, along with a revised long-term IR rule that would prevent teams from circumventing the cap in the playoffs. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The word on Thursday night was that the market for Byram had been a little bit softer than they liked. Now, I don't think it's because Byram is a bad player or anything like that. I just heard they weren't getting the kinds of offers that they wanted. Now, maybe that'll change on Friday. Like, all it takes is one phone call to change things. What someone said to me is all of a sudden, you look at that Buffalo defense, you got Deline Byram, you got Power Kesselring, you got Samuelson, Bernard Docker. That could be, in theory, a real strength of their team. And again, the Sabres might not feel the same way, but this was an executive on another team. He was looking at it and saying, that's not a bad defense. If Buffalo isn't crazy about the offers for Byram, maybe you start the season with them. Could do a lot worse than what you got there.
That is Elliot Friedman early this morning on his podcast, 32 Thoughts. I will say, I would assume they're not getting the offers that they necessarily want because he hasn't been traded yet. But anyways, he says the market's a little softer than maybe some would think. But Darren Dreger did list 8 teams that have been in on him. So anyways, that's the next thing on the docket is Byram and also the draft tonight. Paul Hamilton joins now on the Wester Hotline. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I actually want to start before we get to the draft or we get to the Sabres. This, Josh has had in the update, the CBA being extended, Paul, and going to an 84-game season. They used to have 84 games, right? Early 90s. But I guess why they've really felt the need to add 2 more games, and we also, I wonder if we'll even really notice because it's such a small difference compared to 82.
Well, it's all money. I mean, you get 2 more games of revenue out of it, but for me, I mean, I know Brian Koziel and I have had this conversation probably for longer than 10 years. This season should be shortened if you want better hockey. I mean, you should take 10 games off instead of always having. It seems like you always have a team playing 3 and 4, or back to back, or just a bunch of games and just trying to get through it type of a thing. It's like, well, we really can't play the game we want to play. We're going to have to play a different game here because we know we're dead tired and. We're just going to have to see if we can get through it and get a couple of points or a point out of it and steal a point or have a goaltender stand on his head or, every time there's a break, like an Olympic break, and you come back for probably the first 3 or 4 days, you see fantastic hockey. It's just great because all the teams are rested. They're ready to go. Sometimes it's a little bit of sloppy hockey because they haven't played in a bit, but that's okay. And but it's fast hockey, and you just enjoy watching it throughout the league, and it's because you don't have teams dragging, but they're never going to do that because it's going to take money out of the owners' pockets.
Yeah, it also could lead to. I saw this being written about yesterday. Could lead to the season, like the way they might do it is the season would start earlier. Maybe even into late September. And man, think about how, not that the team in the finals will be complaining, but how long a team could be playing. I mean, you could be playing from the end of September into the end of June. I mean, the length in which the season goes over the course of the calendar would be, I think, it already feels like it's long enough on that front.
Well, it's just replacing 2 regular season game or 2 preseason games with 2 regular season games.
Right. Because they'd be shortening the preseason. In addition.
Right, which is what it winds up with. That's where you would be if you're going to back up a little bit and take 2 preseason games off the docket. So, but yeah, it's because that last preseason game is almost never including NHL players. It's all. I mean, that last preseason game is almost always the Rochester Americans. Mm-hmm. And teams not using their NHL players. So, it's one of those games anyway where it's just a throwaway anyway. I mean, it's not very few coaches are playing players that are fighting for jobs or anything like that. That's usually already been taken care of by the last preseason game.
Paul Hamilton with us on the Wester Hotline. So, Paul, speaking yesterday to Michael Kesselring and Josh Doan, they did Zoom calls with the media. What did you learn talking to them for the first time?
Well, they, it's a new beginning. I mean, Kesselring enjoyed the first year of being in Utah, and is going to leave a lot of different friends that he had, but he's excited for the role that he's going to get in Buffalo. It's an elevated role and something that he's looking forward to. And he had an opportunity to try it out last year because Utah had some injuries, so he got to play top 4 minutes per quite a long period of time last year because of a couple injuries that Utah had, and he did very well with it. His numbers were excellent with it and showed that. Plus, I remember watching the World Championships and thinking to myself, he's a pretty good hockey player. I mean, he had a lot of responsibility for Team USA at the World Championships when they won the gold medal, and I remember thinking, here's a guy that stuck out, and I think that's part of the problem here as far as many folks thinking, well, you didn't get enough for this, and I think a lot of it is. Who's Michael Kesselring is what people are saying, or they don't know really what the Sabres got out of it. And so I understand that thought. Or even Josh Doan, they may have heard of Josh Doan because of his father, but they may not know what type of player he is and what he brings to the table. So I think that's part of it, where people are saying the Sabres didn't do well in the return just because they got a couple of players where people are like, well, who's that?
Right, and it is betting on them to be able to continue what they've done playing in elevated roles for a whole season, right, Paul? Because if you look at, for the whole season, I think Kesselring was 6th on their defense in average ice time, and then Doan was 11th amongst their forwards. You make the right point about Kesselring, though. I was looking at this yesterday. I think it was the first 50 games he played more than 20 minutes a night, 20 times, and he didn't do it from there on because they were healthy at the end, and he had good numbers at the start of the year. So, and here, I mean, you wouldn't believe at all, right, Paul, that he's not going to play at least, 19 minutes a night, if not 20 for this team?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I would be surprised if he doesn't start with Owen Power, and I mean, he had a heck of a game against the Buffalo Sabres last year. I mean, he had the Gordie Howe hat trick in one period. I mean, he fought Beck Mallenstein early in the period, scored a goal. He has a bullet shot. His shot is, he and Thompson went back and forth with the hardest shot last year. And then he undressed J.J. Peterka. It's kind of weird that it was, and had a fantastic assist to Schmaltz right at the end of the period. So he had a goal, an assist, and a fight in one period against Buffalo. And the year before that, he scored his first NHL goal here in Buffalo against his former teammate at Northeastern, Devin Levi. So he's had some good success in this building.
What about Doan? He's the second piece of that trade for most, looking at how much they should be valued. He was a 4th liner a lot last year, sometimes 3rd line. He actually got even on the power play. He had 3 power play goals last year. Do you see him as, this is a bottom 6 guy for a long time that's a tough dude and is going to defend well, or do you think there could be more there? I mean, he's only played 62 NHL games, but last year in the AHL, he's almost a point per game player. He was a 2nd round pick. So do you see him as maybe having more in there than what we've seen offensively?
Well, he's got a heck of a shot. I was listening to the beginning of Ray Ferraro and Darren Dreger's podcast, and that trade was the first thing they talked about. And, Ferraro saw Doan quite a bit last year in the games that he did, and talked about how he goes, it's a young player, and he said you could see the growth in him, and he said you could see him, he goes, what many rookies do. They're just trying to find their way through the NHL. And it's their first year in the NHL, and they're just trying to find their way. And he goes, he saw that in Doan, and he thinks there's a good upside to him where, you may see some better point production out of him than you saw in his rookie year with that shot. He said, here's a guy that, as he was getting more used to it, was very good on the forecheck, would get in there and, start causing havoc and just being a problem for other teams to be able to handle. But he saw an upside that could be there too. Now, I don't know if you're talking an upside. I don't think you're talking an upside like a first-line winger or a top. I should rather say top-line winger. But certainly a guy that could, as he put it, could be a good NHL player for years to come.
Just looking at the roster right now, part of the reason I asked that is they have a lot of guys at forward right now. If you were to look at just the list of their forwards and who kind of gets thought of as a bottom six guy, McLeod, Greenway, Zucker, add Doan into the mix, Krebs, Malenstein, Lafferty is still under contract. We've talked about Zach Benson and how that probably is where he should be to start next year until he proves it. Maybe you think Quinn is that. Paul, they're either going to move another name or two out, or maybe I'm putting somebody into this lineup that shouldn't be, or they are seeing Benson or Zucker or Quinn maybe as somebody that they think will play in an elevated role this season.
Yeah, once I took Peterka out of the lineup, quite honestly, Quinn was the guy I wound up throwing into the top six. Now, that's without making a trade or, I would doubt that the forward group as we see it right now is what it's going to be. I still like the line of McLeod, Zucker, and Greenway together. I think that's a very solid line that you can get out of there. And I had Krebs with Malenstein and Doan. Right now, I probably wouldn't have Lafferty in the lineup. If he winds up in Rochester, that's whatever. I don't think it's the end of the world. So Lafferty right now would be the extra guy. And Benson would still be up there. In my mind, they have an opening for two top six forwards. Are they going to be able to accomplish that? Well, only time will tell. But, then if that happens, maybe Quinn's not in your lineup. Maybe he's sitting out in the beginning and is going to have to earn his way back into the lineup, with the way he played last year.
Do you feel like, too, whoever they add at forward, there will be a mind paid to that player's ability on the power play? Because they've really struggled on that unit for 2 years. And Peterka, listen, for all the goals he scored, a lot of them were not on the power play. Like, if you look at the list of guys that have scored as many even strength goals as he has, he's got, the fewest of that list on the man advantage. So, not to say, that would be the sole reason they would add for that, but it has been 2 years since they have really been an efficient unit, and I wonder if whoever they add there, that's something that'll be in the back of their minds.
Well, if you're adding a guy that is a top six forward and maybe a veteran, you're probably
you would assume
exactly.
Yeah.
You would assume that he's a power play guy. So I think that's where your power play. Plus Norris, starts healthy. He really hasn't been on the Sabre power play except for a game. And right. I think that was it. So that's a new person on the power play. Kulik is a year older, and is, I would expect, is going to be a power play player in his career. So, for guys that are already on the team. But I'm not sure guys we're talking about the power play are even on the team yet that can maybe help their power play.
Paul Hamilton with us on the Wester Hotline. Okay, Paul, so the draft tonight, 9 overall. Adams has spoke pretty openly about being willing to trade the pick. What are the odds you think they actually do trade the pick? Because
I'm not going to
not to ask like specific odds, but
I would have told you it was better than 50-50 last year, and nobody traded their pick.
That's why I was going to ask, because as much as we might talk about it, it is like I saw a list of top 10 picks that have been traded, and it just doesn't really happen that much in the NHL.
No, it doesn't. And when you think there's going to be a bunch of trades is when they happen, and when you don't think there are is when they do happen. It's just the way it goes. It's impossible to know what would let everything start happening or why it doesn't happen. It's just I think general managers, they just get a little squirrely. It's like, oh, I don't want to trade the pick and then have it come back to haunt me or things like that. So that, they wind up making the pick. I mean, if you look at what Buffalo might be able to get out of that pick, I mean, certainly they're not going to get the best defenseman unless they move up, and which isn't done that often either, and Matthew Schaefer, but who probably goes first overall. But, I mean, they could get possibly the second defenseman overall. I mean, there's a bunch of guys, we've talked about Mertka, Atchison, there's Jackson Smith, who is also in there, played at Tri-City last year. Some defensemen that they, definitely could use. So all or none of those three could be there, at 9 when we're talking. I could really see, if the Sabres do make the pick, them being able to get a defenseman and maybe the second best defenseman in the draft.
Do you know how it's going to work tonight? Like, is Bettman going to make all the picks because they're live there, but the GMs are remote? Will the GMs do it? Do you have any clue?
They probably do it the same way they did. They always do, where Bettman announces it. Well, brings the team in to say who they want as their pick. Mm-hmm. I mean, now the NFL, the commissioner announces it, but in the NHL, they always brought the teams up on stage and the teams. I mean, Celine Dion announced the Montreal Canadiens pick last year because it was in Vegas, which was kind of cool. It'll be interesting to see now. I'm trying to think what happened during COVID when the whole draft was remote.
I think Adams announced them picking Owen Power from like the club level, if I remember right. They had something set up.
You're right. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah. So maybe they'll just do that again, where like Bettman will tee it up. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
Those
kind of logistics, I don't pay that much attention to. So
until rolling.
Now that you brought it up, it's the first time I've thought about it. So I'm kind of spitballing and guessing as we go along.
Yeah,
here.
One way or another, we'll find out who they draft in the moment. Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Thanks, Paul, and enjoy the draft. 7:00 tonight for coverage, and we'll be listening.
Yeah, Brayton and Brian Cozy will get us started. I'll be down at I keep wanting to say the arena. I will be down at the stadium. Mm-hmm. There used to be an arena down there for the first outdoor game, but there won't be tonight.
Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
Paul Hamilton with us as the draft gets rolling tonight at 7:00. We have another good clip on Bo Byram and kind of the Sabres' place in all of this offseason from Elliot Friedman. He talked a lot, I guess, on his podcast early this morning about the Sabres this offseason. And if you got reaction to what we just had to say with Paul, the Peterka trade, how many moves away the Sabres are, tonight and the next few days as we head into free agency is going to shape this team as they already have started that with the Peterka trade. 8030550. Also, I want to get to the NFL collusion case that has been talked about and reported on. It's not being mentioned, though, on the big networks, which I also think is interesting. Florio and Pablo Torre got a court document that kind of proves that the NFL is willing to, I guess it has to be. I think the word has to be collude. So I want to get to that as well. Coming up here on WGR. I do think there's going to be more moves. We know there have to be more moves after they open up that spot in the top 6. That can come tonight, and that's where I want to feel optimistic about the next week or two. I did not like the J.J. Peterka trade, but that doesn't mean that I will not like where they end up ultimately, because they will make moves, and maybe they'll trade the 9th pick tonight. Maybe they'll make a different move tonight, or they'll trade for somebody ahead of free agency. They'll do it in free agency. I want to give a couple of weeks to this team when the reporting has been they want to do something big, and so far that has been they made another trade where the best player in the deal was their own going elsewhere. But if they want to do something big, all right, let's see it. Let's see it tonight. Let's see it this weekend, and let's see if they can get everyone to a place of hope.
NHL draft is tonight. Starts off at 7 o'clock. The Islanders select first overall, expected to take defenseman Matthew Schaefer. The Sabres currently set at 9th overall later tonight. The rounds 2 through 7 continue tomorrow. Stay tuned to WGR all weekend for the latest on the NHL draft. Coverage of the NHL draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. On Sabres Live yesterday afternoon, Darren Dreger of TSN reported a short list of teams that are looking to trade for Sabres defenseman Bowen Byram. That list includes the Toronto Maple Leafs and Philadelphia Flyers, among other teams. And some other NHL news yesterday. The league and NHLPA announced late last night the framework of a new CBA will be officially announced later today. Some of the key points are expanding to an 84-game season in the 2026-27 season. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's a big part of my game the last few years and why I've become a better player, I think. Defensively, I've slowly become harder to play against since I signed pro, and that's one thing I really want to take pride in this year. Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of fighting, but I like to think I'm a good teammate, good locker room guy, and when it has to happen, it has to happen. I'm 6'5". I got to stand up for myself, for my teammates, so something I'm not afraid to do for sure, and I think there's still a lot of value in hockey today. You police the game, you help your team in any way you can, and that's another way you can do it.
Michael Kesselring, newest Buffalo Sabre, who will he will need a number, and he wore number 7 in Utah. That is unavailable. Would it be funny if he just wore 77?
I was just going to say that. If he just takes
77
number and...
That could be a defenseman number, right? 77? Didn't Kulikov wear 77? Maybe
did.
here?
He did. I think here, yes. Because he had 7 before he came here.
Actually, it's an all-time defenseman number because isn't Paul Coffey and Ray Bourque also 77? I think 77's a good defenseman number. Although, is it a good big defenseman number? Still yes. No, still yes.
4 players have worn 77 in Sabres history. Pierre Turgeon, Chris Gratton, Dmitry Kulikov for 1 season, and J.J. Peterka.
All right, it's 2 forwards and two defensemen. It's a good number. It's a good number. If he doesn't go with 7, he wore 5 in Arizona. Is 5 unavailable right now? We haven't retired it for Tony Ludman yet.
Last Sabre to wear it was Matt Tennyson.
Okay, so it's been a minute.
2019.
I think. How long ago is that? Who Matt Tennyson? Who even is that?
You don't remember Matt Tennyson? Come on.
The name sounds familiar, but he probably would be a good Sabre rando answer, looking back on just random players from the last 10 years. Anyways, Kesselring, as we learn more and more about these guys, by the way, 803-0550 is the phone number if you want to get in. Open segment here, and at 8 o'clock, we've got a Utah guest coming up at 9 to get a little bit more on these two. But the more you learn about Kesselring, the more he's interesting. He's curious. Like, I don't know how he got drafted where he did. He's a 6th-round pick. He's fast and big. But he talks there in that clip about physicality and defending teammates, and I saw a lot of that's what fans are going to love to hear. Like, this guy's going to stand up for teammates, and he does fight. So I think if you're worried about more players that aren't going to do anything when your best player's helmet gets taken off and is laying at center ice, I think you've got 2 guys here that you shouldn't have to worry about. But hit stats are generally pretty unreliable in the NHL, right? But he does not throw the body around a lot. 87 hits last season in 82 games. That ain't much. Samuelson had 50 more than that, or something close to it. So I don't know that he's going to be this big hulking defenseman that's going to impose his physicality. He might stand up for teammates, but I still think the speed and the size of the shot is going to be what's going to jump out to people right away when you watch him.
He's fun to watch play. He flashes a lot. I did some digging on him last night, and he's just got a lot of jam. He's not super aggressive physically, like you mentioned.
Yep.
But he does do it when it's appropriate, and he does a really good job with the puck on his stick. He struggles a little bit breaking the puck out of his own end, which is a little concerning. But when you've got Owen Power as your partner, you might be able to just dump it off to him and kind of let Power do whatever Power does. That's kind of the give and take when you have a guy like Power as your partner. You can use him for stuff like that, but you've got to be able to cover for him in the D zone when he gets there. And just a quick note about his draft year. It looks like he played some prep hockey before he went to the USHL and got drafted that year.
Gotcha.
So it was likely a competition question issue more than it was his draft profile in and of itself. I know a lot of guys that play high school or prep hockey out east.
Mm-hmm.
They get drafted, but it's hard to project because they're not playing against the same level of competition as you see in the USHL or the OHL, WHL, all that.
Okay.
So it's just kind of a little tougher to project that stuff. That's probably why he slipped to where he did when Edmonton took him.
By the way, not this past year, the year before, he did receive 1 4th place and 5 5th place Calder votes for his rookie season. Michael Kesselring. By the way, as the chat points out, Colin wrote that Hedman wears 77. We missed that one.
Oh, yeah.
We went straight back to the 90s. We skipped the multi-Norris Trophy winner in the league right now that wears 77. So definitely a defenseman number.
Yeah.
I think I'm in. Take it. Why not? The guy that you got traded for. And then Actually, this happened more than 10 years ago now. And maybe they've done it since. But I remember when the Sabres traded Derek Roy to Dallas and got Steve Ott back in the trade. My brother had a Derek Roy jersey. And the Sabres offered for free, bring your Roy jersey in and we'll change the nameplate for you. And you'll have a Steve Ott jersey.
They did the same thing with Eichel when he changed from 15 to 9.
Right.
I had an Eichel 15, but I decided to keep
now, see, the two things that are weird there is that's two numbers that you're changing, or what? Yeah, and in my brother's case, you're changing a 3-letter number for a 3-letter number. Would they not offer it for free because of how long Kesselring's name is? I don't know. We don't need to do that. Brian in Buffalo is next up. What's up, Brian?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
So, I hate to be this person, but I disagree with everything you guys say. I've been listening since 6 a.m., driving to the Adirondacks at the moment. This team is an abomination of professional sports. The only team worse than it run out of the 4 pro leagues are the Jets, hands down. Ownership is a joke. Management is non-existent. The Sabres need to go out and find their Brandon Bean. They need to be aggressive, make a trade, find a Josh Allen type. Oh, wait, we had that guy in Sam Reinhart. We had that guy in Jack Eichel. It's disgusting that this team can't do anything. I can't believe people are continuing to support this garbage product on the ice, continuing to fill the barn, continuing to buy season tickets. That's the only way things are going to change around here, is for people to protest, revolt, stand up, impeach Kathy Hochul, and stop buying tickets to this team. It's a joke.
Well, Brian, wouldn't you say that is happening? Like, their attendance has been going down and down and down every year.
No, I don't. I want to see the 300 bowl completely empty, vacant. People with brown paper bags on their head like the old New Orleans Aints. Like, I don't understand why people are just like la-di-da, like, okay, let's go. Everything's great. This is a great family atmosphere.
I don't really think that is, like, some people maybe will do that, but they get torched on a daily basis for almost everything. And I think they have earned that, but it definitely happens.
Yeah, they should get torched. And you know what? We went to the Rangers game last year before Christmas. It was great sitting amongst Rangers fans. Like, they actually have something to cheer for. What free agent in their right mind is going to want to come here to lose? Who are you going to play with here? Tage Thompson? If Thompson played on another team with legit players, the guy's probably a Brett Hall type scoring 70 goals. It's just insane.
I mean, he's scoring as many goals as anybody in the league already. Nobody's scoring 70 goals. So
no, I disagree with that. He goes plays with Connor McDavid. He's putting 70 in the net. I mean, it's just ridiculous. These guys play in Buffalo. I personally think if a player was playing here, they're going to tank and suck on purpose so they can get traded the hell out of here. Who wants to play here? I mean, this organization is good at one thing: losing. That's all they've done since they've come into the NHL. It is a joke. Sell the franchise, move them, trade them for Major League Baseball. I won't be buying a jersey. Yeah, see ya.
Yeah, thanks, Brian, for the call. Listen, I think you are completely within the right to be that angry about this team. I do think you're not giving fans enough credit, though, for holding the team accountable.
Yeah.
I do think that the Sabre fans hold this team accountable. They do it by, sure, the negativity can sometimes be depressing, how much of it there is, but that's how you hold them accountable, is not checking out and being angry, and sure, with your wallets, and not buying tickets. And listen, that's been happening for years now. The season ticket base has shrunk. The attendance numbers have shrunk. The fan engagement has shrunk. Like, I don't doubt that they feel that. And I think they deserve it. I think you're just taking some things way too far. Tage Thompson led the league in even strength goals last year. He scored 47 a couple of years ago. Like, sure, would he score 55 if he played with, you pick the best player in the league? Yes, that's probably right. Everybody would see 20 more goals on their stats. Austin Matthews would probably score 85 if he played with Connor McDavid. Most would. But then you don't have to take it as far as you did on some of those fronts. I think they get criticized the proper amount, which is a lot.
Right, and doesn't it feel almost, at least it does to me, like this Peterka deal is universally hated by almost everybody.
I wouldn't say universally. Lot more. I would say the majority, though, doesn't like it.
And I think that has changed from the initial moment that it happened, because I think people are so angry at this team that anything that happens with them, I don't like that. It's bad. They did it. It must be bad. And I think that a lot of people have that initial reaction, rightfully so. Like, they have earned that. They've earned every bit of that. But I think that we've seen as the day goes, we heard Sal yesterday as the show went. He's like, I like this trade more and more. I feel similarly about it. I like the players they got back. Was it enough value? No. They didn't get slaughtered here. I think they got a good player in Kesselring and the potential for a nice depth piece in Doan. And everybody hated it because of what we're talking about here. Because they've earned the skepticism and the anger from the fan base. It's completely well within everybody's right to feel the way they do about it, and it's well within the caller's right to feel the way he does about it. But you also then have to take a step back, and with time comes, all right, let's get a little more objective about this and analyze this.
And I also don't want to disparage, I'm angry about this team, and it's one of the for my sports life, it's one of the worst. It's probably the worst thing that's ever happened to me, as a sports fan.
Oh yeah,
because I grew up, I hockey was my sport. I fell in love with this team in 2006, and for them to go half my life without making the playoffs has been horrific. I hate it, but I don't disparage anybody for not wanting to be angry about it all the time. I actually kind of envy that person that's able to kind of just not get mad about it and not feel like they need to crawl into a sinkhole every time the team comes up. Some people that can just enjoy it for what it is, which is, I'm going to go to a hockey game and, they're not good this year. Oh, dang, that stinks. And maybe next year. That fan, I'm not saying, the caller almost kind of tries to imply that fan's not as much of a fan because you're not willing to hold the team accountable. And even though I think most are, the fan that just wants to go to a game and have a great time and loves hockey and grew up loving this team and doesn't want to live in the sewer with all of us.
Right.
I don't feel like that fan deserves any criticism.
Right. I think if you are able to disconnect from them emotionally in the way that you're describing, where you can not be so negatively affected, good for you. I wish I could do that too.
I really do wish I could.
I really wish it. I've been jealous of Bulldog at times because he's said that he feels like it's almost, I don't know, all right, I'll care when they make me care. And I envy that in many ways because I care just so much about this team because hockey, similar to you, was my game. And I want to see them succeed. And I want to see the city when they succeed. I want to know what it's like to be an adult and have a successful hockey team in this place because I think it'll be incredible. And I've never known it.
Also, I would throw, there's one more team in professional sports that I think is definitely worse. It wouldn't be the Jets. It's definitely the Pirates.
Yeah, the Pirates are.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, go Google Pitt. They're having a year right now. They hate their fans. The Sabres might not, Adams earlier in the week, there might be a disconnect between the organization and the fans on some fronts, but the Pirates act like they actively hate their fans with some of the things they do. Throwing out the bricks earlier in the year that season ticket holders had bought, crazy. And the thing where they had a doubleheader and they decided to play Paul Skeens in the game that no one was going to be at rather than the night game that everybody was going to be. They do things like that all the time.
It's objectively hilarious how they run things.
Not to say the Sabres are a ton better, but the Pirates, I think, are the worst team in all of sports. John, if you hang on hold through the break, we'll get to you right when we come back. This Sabres offseason, we'll see what it brings other than this Peterka trade. Tonight, the draft, 9 overall. Let's hope they trade the pick. Joe DiBiase, Jeremy White's off today. Owen and Josh are hanging out as well here in WGR. So it's draft day. NHL draft day. As you heard Josh in the update, we will have draft coverage starting tonight at 7 o'clock with Brayton Wilson. Paul Hamilton will be along as well. We'll have full coverage throughout the night. Draft night memories. I mean, it's kind of a non-event compared to what it used to be in terms of draft parties and when the Sabres are picking first or second, and it's a draft that's following a tank season. It's obviously very different because tonight, I think, we won't talk much about the prospects today at all. We had Stephen Ellis on the show yesterday to do a little bit of that, but I get the sense that everybody, and this has been true probably for 2-3 years now at least, that everybody just wants to see them trade the pick. Not to say people be angry if tomorrow morning they've selected some 6'2" winger that Porter Martone, for instance, is one name that I've heard. They draft him. Tomorrow, it'll be, who is this guy? Everyone learning about what he is, and then, we'll let him go play his junior hockey, and we'll see you in 3 years. That's typically how it goes with these guys in the NHL draft. I think most people just want to see them trade the pick because the timeline is let's go, let's win right now, and the Sabres opened up a big need this week in their top 6. Take it. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. Me, Josh, and Owen. We're gonna have some good naps later, I think.
Yeah.
It's a nap day?
It might be sleep day. Like, I might go home and go to sleep, and I'll wake up whenever I wake up.
Well, the longest I feel like I can take a nap without feeling like it just wrecks me for the rest of the day is like I don't try to go more than an hour now. 2 hours, I feel like I'm out of it for the rest of the day.
That's 2-hour nap is that's just a freight train right through the rest of the plan for whatever.
What you're pointing to though is uncharted territory for me. Like what would it feel like to take a 4-hour nap today?
Right. But just go down
Report
from
back.
11 to 5 p.m. and just get up and eat dinner.
Yeah. All right, do that and report back.
I can.
I
can do that.
Yeah, the guinea pig.
I am very confident in my ability to make that happen.
Yeah. John and Clarence, before we hit the top of the hour. What's up, John?
Good morning, guys. Thank you for taking my call. Excuse me. I just got a comment to make on the Sabres. I agree with some of the things that last caller did. I think it was a little harsh even for the Sabres. But I'm at a point right now in my life where I'm sitting here going, just, one Super Bowl before I leave this world. And I saw the 90s with Kelly and the guys. But I am one of those guys that it would be very upsetting to me as a Buffalo sports fan to see the Sabres leave. I understand the frustration with not the playoffs and everything. And what I do agree is to make this more attractive of a place to play. For some teams, look, we can't all play in Florida and California, let's face it. So it makes our management team, the coaching staff, that more important. But all I got to say is the Peterka thing, I'm upset about it, but let's just see where these two guys can go. We do need a little size and toughness on the team. And I just want you guys to know that this is the best drive into work of my day. I only go in 3 days a week. So I really enjoy listening to all you guys, and thanks for what you do. And just one more shout out, if I can, to all the Roswell riders tomorrow. God bless all of you.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, John, for the call. Yeah, Ride for Roswell tomorrow. You can still donate. Head to the Ride for Roswell site, and we've got our team WGR, with Bulldog leading the way. And if you search WGR on the site, you'll be able to find it there. Or we've got the link on our Twitter or Bulldog's Twitter as well, so you can check that out. So, yeah, good luck to all the riders tomorrow. I'd be riding. I have a wedding tomorrow. So, especially feeling what my legs feel like right now after the 11-day yesterday. Riding tomorrow morning and then going to a wedding where you're dancing until midnight, that would have been a lot. So
Sunday would be an insane recovery day for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you're on hold, we'll get to you coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Any confidence level in the Sabres that they're going to do what they need to do? We all know what that is, right? They need to replace Peterka's goals. And how they'll do that? I got one tweet I want to read when we come back about, like, there really is a chance they don't find it. But there's free agency, there's the Byram trade, there's going to be opportunities here. It's draft day. 7 o'clock tonight starts our coverage. Jody Biasi, Josh Schmidt, Owen Parker here on WGR. So it's draft day. NHL draft day. As you heard Josh in the update, we will have a draft coverage starting tonight at 7 o'clock with Brayton Wilson. Paul Hamilton will be along as well. We'll have full coverage throughout the night. Draft night memories. I mean,
every time I call,
it's kind of a non-event compared to what it used to be in terms of draft parties and when the Sabres are picking first or second, and it's a draft that's following a tank season. It's obviously very different because tonight, I think, we won't talk much about the prospects today at all. We had Stephen Ellis on the show yesterday to do a little bit of that, but I get the sense that everybody, and this has been true probably for 2-3 years now at least, that everybody just wants to see them trade the pick. Not to say people be angry if tomorrow morning they've selected some 6'2" winger that Porter Martone, for instance, is one name that I've heard. They draft him. Tomorrow, it'll be, who is this guy? Everyone learning about what he is, and then, we'll let him go play his junior hockey, and we'll see you in 3 years. That's typically how it goes with these guys in the NHL draft. I think most people just want to see them trade the pick because the timeline is let's go, let's win right now, and the Sabres opened up a big need this week in their top 6. That's kind of what I want to get to a little bit today is how many moves are they really away from being good? Like being playoff good. Because that is something that, as we break down what the roster looks like and what some of the rumors are. By the way, we have to talk about some of the things that they reportedly passed on, and then how some of those reports were labeled. So we'll get to just a couple of them.
Gosh.
Get to that. I do think there's going to be more moves. We know there have to be more moves after they open up that spot in the top 6. That can come tonight, and that's where I want to feel optimistic about the next week or two. I did not like the J.J. Peterka trade, but that doesn't mean that I will not like where they end up ultimately, because they will make moves, and maybe they'll trade the 9th pick tonight. Maybe they'll make a different move tonight, or they'll trade for somebody ahead of free agency. They'll do it in free agency. I want to give a couple of weeks to this team when the reporting has been they want to do something big, and so far that has been they made another trade where the best player in the deal was their own going elsewhere. But if they want to do something big, all right, let's see it. Let's see it tonight. Let's see it this weekend, and let's see if they can get everyone to a place of hope.
Good morning. It is NHL Draft Day. The draft starts tonight at 7 o'clock with the New York Islanders first up at first overall. They're expected to take defenseman Matthew Schaefer. The Sabres are currently sitting at 9th overall. Rounds 2 through 7 continue tomorrow. Stay tuned to WGR all weekend for the latest on the NHL Draft. Coverage of the NHL Draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Markets, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. On Sabres Live yesterday afternoon, Darren Dreger of TSN reported a short list of teams that are looking to trade for Sabres defenseman Bowen Byram. That list included the LA Kings, Vegas Golden Knights, Colorado Avalanche, Vancouver Canucks, St. Louis Blues, Philadelphia Flyers, and Toronto Maple Leafs. In other NHL news, the League and NHLPA announced late last night that the framework of a new CBA will officially be announced later today. The current CBA does not expire till 2026, and this is not yet a done deal, but some key points that are being discussed as of now: expanding to an 84-game season in 2026-2027, the contract length cap of 7 years when re-signing players to a current team, and a 6-year cap when signing with a new team in free agency. The current cap is 8 years. And a revised long-term IR rule that prevents teams from circumventing the cap in the playoffs. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
When that deal was finally announced, confirmed last night, smiles on the faces of general managers with interest in Bo Byram. Because all along, Bo Byram was the more likely of those two guys to get traded. But the response from Adams was, if I'm trading Bo Byram, I need a right shot defenseman coming back the other way as part of the package. Well, he gets the right shot defenseman in Kesselring. So now all of these general managers who have interest in Byram but didn't want to have to give up one of their own right shot D are kind of trying to look at things creatively. Okay, well, maybe we're back in on this with Bo Byram. And so the list of teams that would have interest in Bo Byram, it's pretty extensive. It's 6, 7, 8 teams deep, legitimate players for Bo Byram at this stage.
Darren Dreger on some of the Bo Byram trade conversations. He is expected to be dealt at some point here, maybe tonight. NHL Draft Night. Sabres slated to pick number 9 overall. We have coverage starting at 7 o'clock tonight. 803-0550 is the phone number. We got a Utah Mammoth guest coming up at 9 o'clock. Brogan Houston, who covers the Mammoth on the newest 2 Buffalo Sabres. Michael Kesselring and Josh Doan. 803-0550 is the phone number. I'm going to the zoo today for the first time in a long time. What's the best zoo animal to experience? Tigers? I feel like they are, some of the big cat exhibits are
underwhelming a little bit.
Yeah, because they're not often doing much.
Yeah, they're just kind of laying there. I agree with you. I think they're always kind of just lazing about, and it's not as entertaining. One time I did see the tiger like rolling a ball around. That was pretty cool.
See that? Now that I'm in.
That was pretty cool.
See, that's why I feel like the otter exhibit is always going to deliver.
Always good. I love when the polar bears are swimming in the water and they're like flipping around. That's always fun.
Yes. Yeah.
The monkeys are always fun in that greenhouse thing.
Yeah.
They always get excited. That's a fun one.
Yeah. I'm gonna call the otters the most underrated zoo exhibit.
I like
they're going down it's like a water slide. They're going down they're always moving.
Half the time too, you get to see them like sleeping and doing their little arm link thing. That's pretty. I always thought that was really cool.
I don't know what you mean. They link. They link arms together while they do that.
Have you guys ever been to the Pittsburgh Zoo?
No, never.
No. Super good zoo. Like
what
makes a zoo I've ever been to.
What makes a zoo? Yeah, like a standout zoo.
To put it this way, that zoo, you can buy one ticket, you get to the zoo and the aquarium, and it's like $20. And the aquarium is massive. There's like a giant tank in the middle. There's all these big fish. The zoo itself, they've got like 4 tigers.
Okay. But it's the aquarium that kind of puts it over the top, you're saying?
It's the package. And then it's also like the zoo itself is big. They've got giraffes. They got tigers. They got all sorts of stuff.
I think I once thought, if you've seen one zoo, you've seen them all. I once thought
isn't that kind of how that works?
I still think it's kind of true. Although I went to the National Zoo in D.C. and they have pandas. And that is a different... They are the only ones with pandas because I think they are the only zoo in America that has pandas because I think it's really tall. Like China owns them.
Yeah.
And those things are super fun to watch. Like they are, you ever seen on like social media, like they're falling out of trees because they're clumsy and they got buckets on their heads, and that literally is what they are. Like they're rolling around, they're always doing stuff.
They're awesome.
So that zoo, I would say, is definitely unique. But
penguins in aquariums are always fun too. They're always up to some.
They're kind of like otters, where they like slide around.
Yeah, they like kind of roll around and they're hanging out. You see them kind of messing with each other.
Give me the most activity possible.
Right.
You know, if it's just sleeping there, it's still cool. It's beautiful to look at. But
analytics charts for the zoo animals' activity per minute. Some sort of, we got to get somebody out there that can get us some data.
Yeah. The meerkat, too, I feel like does that, too. Ooh, yeah. All right, back to the Sabres. Mike in Brockport is next up. What's up, Mike?
Hey, so let's talk accountability with the Sabres. Kevin Adams has been at this for, 5 years? If I went to work every day for 5 years and failed this miserably, I wouldn't be working after 6 months. At some point, something's got to change. Having said that, there is options. Why are we not talking about an offer sheet? The solution is as simple as looking north. Look up, the QEW. You got this Matthew Nyes, 22 years old. Stop keeping our first-round picks for players that I'm waiting 5 years out. This kid's 22. He's a budding star. He's the only player on that Toronto team that drove play against Florida. He's going to cost you a first and a third. If this all thing with Peterka is the position, then okay, Kevin Adams is genius. But, we talk about collusion in the NFL. What's with the GMs in the NHL? You're talking collusion? They got a gentleman's agreement that nobody will sign anybody else's players. They're there for free. Take them. Use the draft picks.
Well, they're not there for free. They are, and there have been, right? There were 2 offer sheets last year. Edmonton and St. Louis. St. Louis offer sheet a couple of Edmonton players. And Carolina and Montreal had gone back and forth a couple of years before that with Aho and Kotkaniemi. So it happens a little bit. I'm not saying that you're totally wrong. Like, I wouldn't go as far as to call it collusion, but it's a gentleman's club, right? The GMs of the league. There's, I'm sure, a little bit of I'm not gonna do that to my guy over there in Montreal. And the other part of it is, I think this probably isn't said enough, that one big reason, I don't even think I hear like Adams or other GMs say this, probably, that a huge reason why a lot of them don't happen is players probably not wanting to sign them. Ryan O'Reilly once told a story on a podcast, maybe when he was in Toronto, when he signed an offer sheet in Colorado. So before the Sabres, he signs an offer sheet with the Calgary Flames while he's a member of the Avalanche. And so remember, what an offer sheet, you are signing a contract with another team. And O'Reilly said that when Colorado matched it and he came back to their facilities and back into the organization and even the locker room to some extent, it just all felt really awkward, and it just felt different from everybody. Because there was just this underlying tension, I think he talked about, because everyone in the organization knew, well, you signed to go play somewhere else. Now, how common is that? Thomas Vanek signed an offer sheet with the Oilers, and I never heard a peep about that being like some tension in the building because Darcy was mad because, oh, you signed with the Oilers. Traitor? Like, I don't really think that happened there. But players might just not want to even risk it. Like, I don't want to make my team mad if I want to stay here because I signed with the Blue Jackets. And I put them in a tough spot. Now, some negotiations might be contentious enough, like maybe Peterka's was about to be, where it ends up happening. And I think it should happen more than it does. And I think the Sabres should be a team that is always looking to do that. And honestly, I think this team should be looking at offer sheeting the Sabres. If I were a GM of another team, I'd want to test the limits of them financially. Like, let me look at their contracts. Oh, they don't give anybody big signing bonuses. They like to spread it out. They like to have cost control throughout the years. All right. If I'm the Rangers or I'm whoever, I'm going to give Ryan McLeod an offer sheet that is all signing bonus. I'm going to stack it up with signing bonus because I know the Sabres hate that. And that's how I'm going to test them. If I were another team in the league, this would be an organization that I'd want to test. And so far it hasn't happened. And with Peterka gone, I guess McLeod could be offer sheeted, but I wouldn't expect that. Anyways, speaking of kind of, the market and Peterka, there was a report from Michael Russo yesterday in The Athletic. Michael Russo, who covers the Minnesota Wild. He also is on, I think, SiriusXM. But he reported yesterday that the Minnesota Wild offered center Marco Rossi as a starting package and were willing to include more in a Peterka trade, but the Sabres did not want to add another undersized forward. Now, there was also some Frank Saravelli talk yesterday, as he's been talking about this Peterka stuff for a while, and he said that he thought Noah Dobson from the Islanders or Jordan Kyrou from St. Louis, really good players. Really good players. Better players than what the Sabres got in exchange. At least more famous players, more credible ideas. Star players in some regard. Dobson's a defenseman who has a 70-point season 2 years ago. Kyrou scored 30 goals 4 years in a row. These are players that Saravelli said yesterday were on the table. That doesn't mean, though, that they were being offered straight up. Maybe they wanted the Sabres to add in something really valuable on top of it. I don't know. But this is a little bit more definitive, and it is from a Minnesota Wild reporter that has not been in on this Peterka stuff at all. So you might want to believe it's coming from the Wild. That they were willing to offer Rossi and more. I said earlier in the week I would have traded Peterka for Marco Rossi straight up. And I guess where some people might like to hear this part of it, I tend to think it's not smart to run an organization where you're passing on a better value deal, maybe even by a lot, because of a certain team need. And what happened yesterday was that in that Rossi story, he wrote, the Sabres did not want to add another undersized forward. And that's why they didn't want to do a deal with Marco Rossi centered around it. The player who, by the way, they passed on to select Jack Quinn in the COVID draft 2020. And Rossi has been a better player. I think you're just taking it a little too far with your own team needs when you are passing on a 23-year-old centerman who has 100 points in his last 2 years. His only 2 full years in the league. He has scored 20 goals in each of them. He has 100 points between the two, 60 of those coming last season. And he plays a position where, let's face it, the Sabres are not all set. Josh Norris is injury prone. Yuri Kulik is really young and is yet to take the big step forward. McLeod's a third-line center who had a really high shooting percentage last year, so you probably should expect his goal total to come down just a little bit. You're not all set there. This player, yes, Michael Kesserling and Josh Doan are team need guys, but Rossi was so much more valuable. And the idea that they would not be looking to add anybody else that is undersized, or if that's the genesis of why they wouldn't have wanted to do this, I mean, I do understand it. What the Sabres are trying to do right now is, instead of stockpiling talent, which is what it appeared they had been doing, which is what you usually should be doing, in the first 2-3 years of Kevin Adams being the general manager. Now, it does feel like they are more in a team-building phase, where they would be willing to pass on a better player because they view right shot defense, Owen Power partner, big size, defense, also, by the way, as bigger needs of the team. I do think that's defendable. I would prefer you go for Rossi because he's the better player, and I also think that your top 6 is still a need. I do think you've got to continue to find ways to score goals, and this player would have done that for you. So, no, you wouldn't have been able to get your big right shot defenseman, but this is a good player. And what the Peterka trade does is it does open up a hole up there. And how will they get it? The Byram trade market softening, according to Friedman this morning, that's not necessarily great to hear. Because the odds that what are the odds they do replace Peterka? Like they fully replace, they get a guy who's going to score 25 to 30 goals, and he's going to put up 60-plus points. What are the odds that they actually accomplish that? That could be internal or external.
They need to.
They do need to. I think they would even tell you they know they need to, but what are the, they have a couple of different avenues to do it. They have the Byram trade, which we can debate how confident we are that they'll get that player from that. They have free agency, which Brian Russ maybe, that's a name that maybe they're interested in. There was a rumor about that, and he scored 30 goals last year. He's a little older, 33, but he's going to have a market, and you got to convince him to come here. Or, and this is where I hope they don't end up, but it's very possible they do, is we are going to bet on that 25 to 30 goal production being replaced by one of Yuri Kulik, Zach Benson, or Jack Quinn.
If they end up in that place, doesn't that really reinforce in your mind? I know it does in my mind that the Peterka thing was about money.
To me, one of the two. It's either about money or it was about the coaching.
Right.
It was about that Lindy was a tougher coach that worked the guys harder than maybe they had been before. And Peterka, just, speculating here, just, trying to guess at what could have happened. Maybe he didn't react well to that.
Right. I think that's possible, but I don't think it would be excusable to have traded away a player of Peterka's caliber, seen him sign a contract that, frankly, is less than I would have thought he'd be demanding.
Mm-hmm.
And if your plan is, Jack Quinn's got it, what are you trying to make the playoffs? Is that really what you're doing if that's your plan? I mean, seriously, that cannot be where they go. It cannot happen again. They can't do it. They've been doing this for years, and that move would just be a cherry on top of these press conferences and these moves and all of this from this regime that has done nothing but feed that belief. And if they reinforce it by trading away a good young player that does something that you need, they need to score goals. They need to do that to win games. We've seen that they're not going to be a dynamo there, and you just took away another guy that does a lot of that for you. If you can't find a way to replace that guy, you are forfeiting. You're forfeiting.
Yeah.
You can't do it. It's ridiculous. You need to make a move to replace that. It just cannot be, we're just going to hope that these guys that we took that we've seen haven't done it are going to do it. You can't do it. It's the same in net. It's the same. It's way too much of this. You're running a team. You need to run the team. You can't hope the team runs itself. Find a way. You have to replace it. You have to.
I really do think if they don't, I think they know they need it. They definitely know they need it.
Of course.
It would really be... It would be a bit of an indictment on the general manager. I know, we're jumping the gun a little bit here because they probably will do something.
Right.
And then it will be the sales pitch of, well, is this the guy they really wanted? Well, how much does this player, really fill the need? If it's a Jason Zucker 2.0, it's not Brian Rust. It's a guy who scored 12 goals last year, but guys, 3 years ago, he scored 32, and we think we can refine that. It's going to depend how tough if they add Jordan Kyrou, it's not a tough sell at all. You've done it.
Right.
You've added a guy that you can bank on. That player is going to come in and he's going to score goals for you. But I do think it is probably likely that there will be something that they do to play in the top 6. It's just going to come down to how sellable it is.
Right.
And if it's more sellable than, what, I think we're getting hot about here, which is a plan of, one of the kids is going to do it for us.
Yeah, that is, I get how hard it is. Buffalo, taxes and palm trees. We know. But you've got to find a way to do something. And that's exactly, you might not be able to land a Jason Robertson. Okay. But you cannot rest on these kids that we drafted might be able to do it.
The other thing that I wonder, I've had a big thought about free agency and wondering what's the messaging going to be, assuming they don't land a big name, because I don't think they will. But will we hear that they tried? Because I get the sense from the Sabres that if they might not even go after guys because they're afraid of this, but if they were to go after a big name, they wouldn't want anybody to know that they did if they don't sign them, because it'll look like they failed. Right. I get that sentiment from the team that they don't want that out there. If they were to go after, I'm not even going to make it Marner, they were to go after Nikolai Ehlers.
Right.
A player we've been talking about for a decade coming to Buffalo. He's a free agent. There's a report yesterday that he's going to hit free agency. If the Sabres were going to try really hard to get Nikolai Ehlers, and they weren't able to accomplish that, I'd want to know about that. I think they would actually get a little bit of credit for that in some ways.
Exactly.
Because you at least were trying. We're seeing that you're trying to get that player. You could still sit there and say, well, Adam's job is not to try. His job is to do it. But we question whether they even try sometimes.
Exactly. I think that would go a long way to battle away the they're not even trying to get those kind of names in here.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of that. I mean, we heard it today with a couple callers. They're not trying to do what they need to do. And that, I think if you heard they made a serious pitch to whatever, Marner or whoever.
Make it Ehlers even, because he's not the number one free agent,
right.
but he's good.
And I would love them to sign Ehlers. I think he'd be perfect to replace Peterka. That's the exact kind of move that I would love to see them make.
Yeah.
Even if you just get out there, they were in it. They really tried. They offered him a competitive contract. Ehlers just didn't want to go. I think you're not going to build up any more reputation for how hard it is to get players here. You've already done that to yourself enough. So what you can do is show, all right, I'm going to try and do it.
Yeah.
And that would really, I think, go a long way for the fan base.
Do we call that a rant from Owen just now? The chat thinks that was a rant. I think it graduates to rant status.
It was a productive rant, though.
It was for sure.
Yeah, well, it's hard not to get ranty about them sometimes. Especially that kind of thing.
Also, we have a poll up right now. If you've seen one zoo, you've seen them all. Yes or no? That's a poll question right now.
Good poll.
By the way,
it's actually pretty close.
Do zoos around the world get animals from America? Is there a zoo in Kenya that has squirrels and deer?
I don't know about that. Like other maybe deer, like or elk or something. I don't know. I'm sure they would get something from here though. Yeah, but I don't know if you would go all the way down to like rabbits. Locally. Jay, if you stay on hold, we'll get to you when we come back from the break. We got a Utah guest coming up at 9 o'clock. The Sabres. How confident are you they'll replace Peterka's goals? We all know they need to. How confident are you that they're actually going to accomplish that over the next couple of days? 803-0550 is the phone number. It's draft night, 7 o'clock tonight here on WGR. I do think there's going to be more moves. We know there have to be more moves after they open up that spot in the top 6. That can come tonight, and that's where I want to feel optimistic about the next week or two. I did not like the J.J. Peterka trade, but that doesn't mean that I will not like where they end up ultimately, because they will make moves, and maybe they'll trade the 9th pick tonight. Maybe they'll make a different move tonight, or they'll trade for somebody ahead of free agency. They'll do it in free agency. I want to give a couple of weeks to this team when the reporting has been they want to do something big, and so far that has been they made another trade where the best player in the deal was their own going elsewhere. But if they want to do something big, all right, let's see it. Let's see it tonight. Let's see it this weekend, and let's see if they can get everyone to a place of hope. That's kind of what I want to get to a little bit today, is how many moves are they really away from being good? Like being playoff good. Because that is something that, as we break down what the roster looks like and what some of the rumors are. By the way, we have to talk about some of the things that they reportedly passed on, and then how some of those reports were labeled. So we'll get to just a couple of them. Get to that. So it's draft day. NHL Draft Day. As you heard Josh in the update, we will have draft coverage starting tonight at 7 o'clock with Brayton Wilson. Paul Hamilton will be along as well. We'll have full coverage throughout the night. Draft night memories. I mean, it's kind of a non-event compared to what it used to be in terms of draft parties and when the Sabres are picking first or second, and it's a draft that's following a tank season. It's obviously very different because tonight, I think, we won't talk much about the prospects today at all. We had Stephen Ellis on the show yesterday to do a little bit of that, but I get the sense that everybody, and this has been true probably for 2-3 years now at least, that everybody just wants to see them trade the pick. Not to say people be angry if tomorrow morning they've selected some 6'2" winger that Porter Martone, for instance, is one name that I've heard. They draft him. Tomorrow, it'll be, who is this guy? Everyone learning about what he is, and then, we'll let him go play his junior hockey, and we'll see you in 3 years. That's typically how it
Matthew Schaefer, first overall. Sabres set to draft at 9th overall as of right now. Rounds 2 through 7 continue tomorrow. Stay tuned to WGR all weekend for the latest on the NHL draft. Coverage of the NHL draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Markets. Serving Western New York for over 100 years, shop the family of finer foods. On Sabres Live yesterday afternoon, Darren Dreger of TSN reported a short list of teams that are looking to trade for Sabres defenseman Bowen Byram. That list included the LA Kings and Vegas Golden Knights. In some other NHL news, the league and NHLPA announced late last night that the framework of a new CBA will officially be announced later today. Some of the key points are expanding to an 84-game season in 2026 and 2027. And a revised long-term IR rule that will prevent teams from circumventing the cap in the playoffs. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Tuck, they are at least determined to take a run at signing him. I could see that being a very big ask because Tuck is a really good player and the cap is going up and we're seeing a lot of these asks going up. I still think they're determined to sign him.
That's Elliot Friedman on Alex Tuck, who it's been a lot quieter about in recent days, which is good news. They need to sign Alex Tuck. The top six, it looks real thin right now. 803-0550, the phone number. 7 o'clock tonight for the NHL draft, which is decentralized. Sounds like a one-year thing. Isn't it kind of amazing that the NHL draft was at the Sphere? Like, that really happened? The Sphere is like the coolest venue in the world right now. And they've got this digital screen that goes through the whole building. It's like really cool. They hosted the NHL draft. Like nothing against the NHL draft for hockey fans. But it's just really... It's not like football for this, or even basketball, where those players are playing college basketball and more so college football. So they're in front of you. You're watching. More people are watching. This is... The NHL draft is much more about learning about the player more than debating about what the player is. Right? Like, I think there is a curiosity in who they draft, but there's no strong opinion, typically, about who they actually select. The only time I can remember there was actual, I don't even know if it graduated to anger, but people wanted Marco Rossi in 2020 when the Sabres picked Jack Quinn. I remember a little of that year, but I don't remember, maybe someone could call in and has an example of a time they were, they had like a real strong opinion about who the Sabres should select in a draft. Because for the most part, I think it's usually they pick a guy, we learn about him, and it usually sounds like, oh, this sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
and then
that's typically how it goes just in general because the NHL draft is such a crapshoot.
People wanted Cole Caulfield, too, now that I remember it.
Yes, that was the other one I was going to bring up was Caulfield. And then Rossi was definitely a guy, like, I remember being at, I think I was in Albuquerque at the time watching the draft.
2020.
And I was super, super excited, hoping that they would get Rossi.
Yeah.
I really liked him. He was awesome in the World Juniors for Austria that year, if I'm not mistaken. Like, he was their best player, and they won a couple games that he kind of carried them through.
Mm-hmm.
I just liked the way he played a lot. And so that was definitely a guy that I was excited about. And Quinn and him were on the same junior team, I remember.
The Ottawa 67s.
And I was so excited because 67s flashed up, and it was, I was like, oh, they got Rossi. Oh, it's Quinn.
Yeah.
And, Quinn's had a tough go just with the injuries, has made it really, I think, difficult for him to get up and running at the level he needs to. But Rossi's he's a good player.
Rossi's a good player.
There's some concern about him, like the playoffs this year for them. He got buried because he was just getting bullied.
That's why he wants out. He didn't think that he was, and they put him on the fourth line anyway, and he wants to go to a place that is going to ensure an important role for him, that won't bury him like that. I didn't watch enough of their playoff series to know if it's actually true, if he got destroyed.
I didn't notice it specifically that he was out there for a lot against or played necessarily poorly, but there is buzz about him being whatever you want to say, quote, soft. Which it's
he's 5'9". That can happen pretty easily when you're that size.
Exactly.
Jay on a cell is next up. What's up, Jay?
Hey, real quick before I get into my point, Rossi is the kind of player that we're trying to get rid of. Not that we want to bring in here. It's Paterka didn't want to be here. He ran himself out of here. This guy gets demoted to the fourth line. He'll get himself out of here. So you don't even want a player like that. But anyways, listen, your question was, how do they replace the 30 goals? Well, you got to imagine Lindy's in the twilight of his coaching career, so he has to know what he wants as a group of forwards. Now he's dealing with an inept general manager, which Adams created himself because of the way he handled the Eichel injury. Players talk. It's the facts. That has spread through the NHL, and at the end of the day, Eichel was right, Adams was wrong. Now you're dealing with established players that have contracts with no movement terms in them. Matthew Tkachuk voided a trade here. Brady Tkachuk last year voided a trade here. These type of players do not want to come here because of the GM. So now you have a situation where you have a hole in your top six forwards, and you have no way to replace them because all these general managers of all these teams that are in on Bo Byram know that Kevin's dealing with one arm tied behind his back because the players he wants don't want to come here. So you're never going to get market value. And I probably shouldn't say this, but I guarantee it, any player that they're talking about is not even on any scout or insider's radar because, like you guys said, they don't want it getting out because every time it gets out, it's another knockdown to the Sabres organization, a knockdown to the Sabres organization. Pretty soon, you're really becoming a minor league team, developing talent and shipping it off. It's bad. It's not good.
Yeah, thanks, Jay, for the call. I will say, though, some of the names you're mentioning, also, I don't know anything about Brady Tkachuk saying no to the Sabres. I don't think they ever had a deal in place for Brady Tkachuk. I don't think Ottawa's ever wanted to talk about trading Brady Tkachuk. Matthew Tkachuk, there was the report from Kevin Weeks during the Eichel saga that the Flames were willing to offer him in an Eichel deal. And I don't doubt that Matthew Tkachuk could have said no to that because he kind of pigeonholed the Flames into, you're only trading me to either St. Louis or Florida, I think was the story. So he might have said no to everybody except for 2-3 teams. Those players you mentioned, though, those are better players than J.J. Peterka. They don't need to add a Tkachuk brother or a superstar of the league to replace Peterka's production. They just need a guy who can score 25 to 30 goals and can reliably play in the top 6 in an offensive role. I mean, I think one opportunity here for the Sabres filling in for Peterka is to get better on the power play. There's been a lot of read Travis Yost a couple of times this offseason about the significance of the power play and how connected that is to your win total. That, we always, I've done it twice in the last 2 days, said, when they break the drought, it's probably going to be because a goalie got hot for the year. Like Luukkonen has a career year or whatever. Because that is often a way that a team that isn't really that great finds their way into the playoffs. They have a great goalie year. The other way that happens, that might even be a better way to get in than the goalie season, is the power play season. You have a year where you're hot on the power play. And you end up being the team going into the playoffs where everyone says, well, they don't call as many penalties. This team's about to get romped. But why are you there? Because you had a great power play. Sabres have had the opposite for 2 years, a terrible power play. And that's one way to get in, is you build that unit into something that's really dangerous. And shouldn't it be? Tage Thompson has the hardest shot in the league. Actually, if you want to include Kesserling, although I have no expectation that he'll play man advantage because it's going to be Dahlin and Power. But they have the 2 hardest shots in the league right now. Like, Tage on the number 1 unit, it should be a dangerous power play. It hasn't been at all. That's a lot been coaching with Matt Ellis and then Seth Appert, but I do also think that the player part of it is important too. Peterka was never a good power play player. I don't know why. It just never really clicked. He never... Go look at the list of players that scored as many even strength goals as Peterka did. He has the fewest power play goals of any of those guys. He doesn't score on the man advantage. And, I asked this to Paul earlier. He brought up a couple of names that are internal that could lead to that unit being a lot better. Josh Norris hasn't really played on it. And in Ottawa, he was a way better power play player than Dylan Cousins was. So Norris, cross your fingers he stays healthy because he could be a way that it gets better. Kulik growing into his shot a little bit more could be how it gets better. Quinn in his release could be how it gets better. Like, these are ifs, but that's 3 individuals that could drive it being better. But I'd like to see whatever they do to replace Peterka's goal production. I'd like to see that be a player that you can rely upon when it's 5-on-4. Because that's the way you get in. That is just trying to find ways to end this drought. One way is you build your power play into something that's actually dangerous. And it has been so far from that. Even the year they missed by 1 point and they were one of the best goal-scoring teams in the league. They had a good one then. But not since then. 803-0550 is the phone number. By the way, Brian Rust, Pittsburgh, that's one player in free agency. Ehlers, too. Although Ehlers maybe less so. I think maybe Rust more is the guy you would think of for come bring him in on the number 1 power play unit. 803-0550. Brogan Houston from Utah is going to join us at 9 o'clock. More on Michael Kesserling and also Josh Doan, who the Sabres acquired yesterday. 803-0550 is the phone number here on WGR. we were talking in the break about like the contract and whether that's, like I said earlier, that's a deal I would have been very happy with to see the Sabres sign him to. He signs in Salt Lake City, Utah. He doesn't go to a big market at all. He goes to a team where it's even really hard to argue, like, if the winning part of it is what really matters to you, I'm not saying they are worse off than the Sabres for this in, like, a belief of winning from a player. But they didn't make the playoffs last year. They were fine. They had 89 points. The Utah did last year. 89 points. But you didn't go to Florida or Tampa. You know, you didn't go to some perennial winner. You went to a team that was bad when they were in Arizona, and then they moved, and then they were pretty good, but they weren't a playoff team. So you didn't go to a perennial winner. You didn't go to a big market or big, you didn't go to a big city. Was it? How much of it was about the money?
I think a lot of it was. I believe that if the Sabres had offered this contract to J.J. Peterka, he'd be a Buffalo Sabre today. That's what I believe. I don't know that. And to me, that means that Kevin Adams just didn't feel that was the value for this player.
And if that is true, man, that would I would have a lot of feelings about that are not positive. I mean,
or he could feel, no, I could have offered him that, but I don't want a guy who just doesn't want to be here. Mm-hmm. As we listen to him talk, the way he talks, and said, look, I could pay him that.
Just for the money?
But I'm not. I do think it's a very, very telling quote from the press conference the other day. He said, we could play it. I think, do you have it there? Could you play that, Josh? Could you play the quote? He said something about paying a player and it's not always going to make a player happy or something like that. Do you have that? Let's play this right here. All right. Josh is going to fire it up here. Here we go.
Paying someone more money, hoping that they'll make them happy, isn't usually a recipe for success. You have to have players that buy into and believe what you're doing and wake up every day in Buffalo excited to be a Sabre. I think that's important. In saying that, are there hard conversations with times? Are players at times frustrated?
I think it's important to note here, to me, like, I guess I should say, I think what he's saying is, I could pay J.J. Peterka what he wants, and he'll sign it. I don't think that helps our team because he's not going to be happy here, and we're dealing with this.
Man,
And I'm not telling you it's the right approach.
No,
I think it's his approach.
I think he's got the wrong approach if that's the case. You are Buffalo. You are the Buffalo Sabres. Come on, man. Even if that were true, you only have so many avenues to get talented players and to keep talented players. And there would be a lot of players that wouldn't even take your money. Congratulations to Kevin M. from Hamburg for winning this week's Encore Golf Friday foursome. Scored an 18-hole round of golf at Royal Niagara Golf Club, a $25 Encore Golf gift card, and a dozen Encore golf balls. You could still enter the Encore Golf Friday foursome contest now at WGR550.com for your chance to win. Boys, feel like you could golf today? Or are we too sore? What do you think?
No chance I could swing a club today.
No?
I want to so bad, but I think it might permanently wreck my game.
Question: do you have different muscles that are sore than we do because you're playing goalie and we're not?
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a lot more groin action just from the pulling of the knees together. There's
because mine's like my upper legs are like, and you mentioned your quads are like.
That's not as bad for me. It's more hamstrings from squatting all the time and back from being in the stance is kind of you're pitched forward. So
Yeah.
a lot of back pain right now.
I'm scared because I'm going to feel like both of you combined tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's not going to be to the full effect, but it's going to be a combination of the two.
He'll be using different muscles today, though, which is maybe one way you'll be able to get away with it.
Getting away with a little more.
Yeah. Updating a poll from earlier. If you've seen one zoo, you've seen them all. Yes or no? 67% saying no. And most of it are saying no. Like Kyle wrote in, he's making a Sabres comparison here. Comparing the Buffalo Zoo to the San Diego Zoo is just like comparing the Sabres to a competent run organization. Okay, we're taking our Sabre shot there, but what he's saying is the San Diego Zoo, for instance. I've seen a lot of that. You've never been in the San Diego Zoo, if you would be willing to say that. Anyone voting yes? Cleveland Zoo is a big one too. I like the Buffalo Zoo, and I've been to other zoos it's very comparable to. I actually went to the Dublin Zoo when we were in Ireland. We didn't have a ton of time to do something else, and we had a dinner coming up. So the zoo was right there. So why don't we just kill 45 minutes in there, an hour in there?
What was an Irish zoo like?
Very similar.
A lot of Guinness in there.
Yeah, can you just buy Guinness in the Irish zoo?
Yes, you could.
That's really cool.
It felt like any other zoo almost any other zoo I've ever been to.
Well, then,
I guess
you got an answer for our poll then, huh?
Yeah, well, the Toronto Zoo I do think I've been to is definitely different. And I mentioned the DC Zoo, the National Zoo there. The Dublin Zoo, though, I'm trying to remember if anything was significantly different. I really don't think there was. To Josh's question earlier, I do think they had a few animals from here that they might have, had shipped in. So, anyways, all this started because I'm going to the zoo a little bit later on today. Not golfing, because it's going to be, ugh.
Hey, you'll be right there.
There's no way you'd play a good round being this sore, I don't think.
No, unless
you're just playing more conservative.
I think I would probably permanently jack my swing up if I tried to play today.
Yep. 803-0550, the phone number. 9 o'clock hour coming up. We got a Utah guest. Brogan Houston is coming up. We'll get more on Michael Kesselring and also Josh Doan and their side of it, acquiring J.J. Peterka. The owner was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday talking about J.J. Peterka. There was like a 2-minute highlight reel of Peterka on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. So they're talking about it. We'll talk about it coming up with Brogan Houston coming up after this on WGR. Goes with these guys in the NHL draft. I think most people just want to see them trade the pick because the timeline is let's go, let's win right now. And the Sabres opened up a big need this week in their top 6. So it's draft day. NHL Draft Day, as you heard Josh in the update, we will have draft coverage starting tonight at 7 o'clock with Brayton Wilson. Paul Hamilton will be along as well. We'll have full coverage throughout the night. Draft night memories. I mean, it's kind of a non-event compared to what it used to be in terms of draft parties and when the Sabres are picking first or second, and it's a draft that's following a tank season. it's obviously very different. Because tonight, like, I think, we won't talk much about the prospects today at all. We had Stephen Ellis on the show yesterday to do a little bit of that. But I get the sense that everybody, and this has been true probably for 2-3 years now at least, that everybody just wants to see them trade the pick. Not to say people be angry if tomorrow morning they've selected some 6'2" winger that Porter Martone, for instance, is one name that I've heard. They draft him. Tomorrow, it'll be, who is this guy? Everyone learning about what he is, and then, we'll let him go play his junior hockey, and we'll see you in 3 years. That's typically how it goes with these guys in the NHL draft. I think most people just want to see them trade the pick because the timeline is let's go, let's win right now, and the Sabres opened up a big need this week in their top 6.
Good morning. It is NHL Draft Day. The NHL Draft starts tonight at 7 o'clock. The New York Islanders picking first overall, expected to take defenseman Matthew Schaefer. The Sabres currently sit at 9th overall. Rounds 2 through 7 continue tomorrow, and you can stay tuned to WGR all weekend for the latest on the NHL Draft. Draft coverage tonight starts at 7 o'clock. Tomorrow starts at 11. Coverage of the NHL Draft on WGR is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market. Serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. On Sabres Live yesterday, Darren Dreger of TSN reported a short list of teams that are looking to trade for Sabres defenseman Bowen Byram. That list included the LA Kings, Vegas Golden Knights, Colorado Avalanche, Vancouver Canucks, St. Louis Blues, Philadelphia Flyers, and Toronto Maple Leafs. In other NHL news, the NHL and the NHLPA announced last night that the framework of a new CBA will officially be announced later today. Some of the key points are expanding to an 84-game season in 2026-27. The contract length cap of 8 years will no longer be in effect. Now, when a player re-signs with his current team, he'll have a cap of 7 years, and when they sign as a free agent on a new team, a cap of 6 years. And a revised long-term IR rule that prevents teams from circumventing the cap in the playoffs. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I love Tage, and I think his game is great. He's a guy that's obviously in Arizona a little bit in the off season, so I get a chance to work with him. My first time seeing him skate was probably 4 years ago, and that was probably the welcome to the NHL moment for me, is seeing how much skill he had for a big man and how far I got to go to get to that level. So he's someone that over the last couple months I've got to know really well, and we were par 3 golf partners in Denmark for the World Championships, and took home a couple wins there. So we grew a lot together, and he's someone that I'm going to lean on a lot in the next couple months.
Josh Doan, one of the newest Buffalo Sabres, just putting together now that he and Tage are both from... Would Scottsdale be offended if I said the Phoenix area? I'm not sure. My mom used to live in Scottsdale. It's not right there, but it's pretty close. Tage Thompson from Phoenix, that's Josh Doan from Scottsdale. He met with the media yesterday, as did Michael Kesselring. We'll talk more about both of them now. Morning, it's draft day. Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today, 7 o'clock for our draft coverage. And let's talk more about this Peterka trade now with Brogan Houston from Deseret Sports out in Salt Lake City. Brogan, thanks for hopping on this morning and talking more about this deal. I mean, we have not really reached into our Utah bag of who we can talk to about this team yet, so nice to have you on.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me.
So
I'm always glad to pump the tires of those two. They're incredible people, both of those guys.
So talking about this deal in the first place, was it? We'll talk about both players specifically and kind of more about them both personally and on the ice. When you saw or heard that this trade was going down, did it end up being less return than maybe you thought going back to the Sabres? I think one common sentiment around here is that everyone likes these two players the Sabres got back, but maybe there was an expectation that they would get more for J.J. Peterka.
Yeah, no, I think you hit it right on the head there. I was really surprised that the 4th overall pick wasn't in play one way or the other. I think in that sense, Bill Armstrong kind of had a tidy bit of business. Utah has kind of a logjam on the right side of the defense, so I think Michael Kesselring was going to be kind of the one that suffered the most from it, just because he wouldn't really have that opportunity to play the top minutes in the lineup now that John Marino and Sean Durzi are healthy. And then they got a couple of, young right side D that are set to play some really good NHL games this year. So because of that, I think Kesselring would have been in a tough spot anyway. And so I think that's part of the reason probably why they felt comfortable moving on from him. Not that, he's anything less than he was before, just that, he probably just didn't have a space for him. Now, you can get into semantics of, who won or lost the trade. I think we're obviously going to see that within the next few years here. But, on paper, Utah's really happy with JJ Peterka. I mean, it seems like he's exactly what they need.
Kesselring in Utah, so he's playing more of a depth role. Just looking through some of his game logs, though, Brogan, he played more minutes maybe early in the season when they were dealing with some injuries. So in those moments where he was playing an expanded role, did he show enough to you to make you think that when he plays, 19, 20 minutes a night on a consistent basis in Buffalo, that it will go well for him?
Yeah, no, absolutely. He shows flashes of Evan Bouchard every now and then. And I asked him about it one time because he was drafted by the Oilers, kind of grew up in the same organization as Evan Bouchard. And so I asked him, do you see this comparison? And he's like, yeah, it's funny you ask. Like, I think about that all the time. Like, if I had been in Edmonton, would I be the guy distributing the puck for McDavid and Draisaitl on the power play? And I think he's, that's probably a good way to look at him is Evan Bouchard light. He's a little bit bigger and a little bit more physical than Bouchard. But in terms of moving the puck, he's kind of a poor man's Evan Bouchard. And I think with the right opportunity and, maybe a little bit more defensive structure and whatnot, he really could, be a special player in that regard.
Owen Power likely to be his partner going into the season, so should get that expanded role here. I think everyone's ears just perked up at the Bouchard part of it. Especially it's the shot, right? Mostly Brogan for that, because Bouchard, everyone knows, has a huge slap shot. And just looking at some of the numbers from last year, I think Kesselring had the hardest shot in the league until Tage Thompson took it from him.
Yeah, no, exactly. He's got a bomb on the back end there, and he's not afraid to shoot the puck. He will shoot it, whenever it's on his stick in the ozone.
In terms of the other player the Sabres get in return, Josh Doan, the role that he played in Utah looked like more of a depth role. There's what he is as a player right now, which appears to be a good defensive player, hard worker. So one, could speak on that, and then also whether you would see any upside still for him offensively compared to, he's only played 62 games, so we haven't seen a ton of them, but do you think there's more goal scoring in there for him?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I do not think that Josh Doan has hit his potential yet in the NHL. Like you said, he's only played 60 some odd games. And he really didn't have the type of career trajectory in Utah that he probably expected to have when he got there. Just based off of his 11 games in Arizona, he had 9 points in those final 11 games of the Coyotes' existence. And he seemed like he was projecting to be a first line player right away here. And then he comes into camp, makes the team out of camp, but he was kind of like the odd man out there, played a few games, they sent him down, and he stayed in the minors for a good 2-3 months at least. And, when he came back up, he just didn't quite have that same offensive spark that he had in Arizona for those 11 games. So, that stretch in Arizona is probably a flash of what he could be in the NHL. I'm sure he's capable of that. But he just, needs to develop a little bit more. Don't be surprised if they need to put him in the AHL just a little bit. He was very, very, willing to go down. Obviously, his dad is, a very good role model for him, and that's exactly what happened to his dad at that age as well. He got sent down at the exact same age most of the season in the AHL, came back, and within the next 2 seasons, was the Shane Doan that we've come to know. And so, if he follows like a similar trajectory as his dad did, I don't think he's going to complain whatsoever.
Did he ever talk about, by the way, because he grows up in the Phoenix area, he's his dad being his role model and being close to that Coyotes locker room growing up. Did he ever talk about or show that it really hurt that when the team moved for him, or did he react well to it when he got to Utah?
He's such a professional. I'm sure he wasn't thrilled that the team was moving, after all of his years supporting the team there in Arizona. But I never once heard him complain about it or, say anything to the effect of, oh man, I wish I was there instead of here. never heard him once talk about that. He's a very consummate professional for sure.
In terms of the Utah end of this, so how far away do you think they are now with adding Peterka, adding the goal scoring element of it, as you mentioned, like especially with Kesselring, good player, but they had a surplus on the blue line. If Peterka is able to give them what he's given the Sabres, which is 25 to 30 goals, do you feel like Utah's about there, like ready to make the playoffs and even maybe more than that?
Yeah, no, I think they're projecting to be a playoff team next year, and I think that's the goal. I don't think they're quite Stanley Cup contenders yet, and I think that's still coming. Probably 3 to 5 years down the road is probably when that contention window will open, if it ever does. Just based on the fact that most of these guys on Utah's roster, at least the young guys, most of them have never played a playoff game, or if they have, it was just the COVID bubble. So I think there's a lot of learning and growth still left to do, and we see some of these teams like the Floridas and the Tampas, they got into the playoffs a few years in a row, and then they started learning how to win, and then that's when they started competing for the Stanley Cup on a perennial basis. And I think Utah's going to have to go through some of those growing pains as well. So I wouldn't expect to see that the Stanley Cup come to Utah anytime soon, but maybe within the next 5 years or so.
Finally, before we let you go, how did you feel about them ultimately landing on the Mammoth as the team name and then the logo?
You know what? Selfishly, I was just glad that it wasn't Hockey Club, because it's hard to write Hockey Club in my article a million times. So, that's as much as I cared about it, really. But it seems like all the fans are happy with it, and for that reason, I am too.
Yeah, and the arena is also going through like major renovation, but they're still going to be playing in it, right? Because they're adjusting the seats. Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, so they're adjusting the lower bowl this year to make that all full view seats, because at the top of the lower bowl it was kind of hard to see parts of the ice. And so that'll be fixed this year, and then the following season they'll do one side of the upper bowl, and the season after that they'll do the other side of the upper bowl. So they're just kind of doing it in a 3-stage process, and fixing it one little bit at a time.
Yeah, people should go watch this video. Of like it still kind of doesn't make sense to me what they're doing, that like they can make the seats steeper or push them back depending on what event is. It's crazy the tech that they're putting into that building. So Peterka to Utah. Thanks, Brogan, again for jumping on with us, and hopefully we'll talk again.
Okay, thank you guys for having me.
Brogan Houston on the Wester Hotline on the Utah Mammoth, which I'm not going to lie, I saw Peterka in a mock-up uniform, which is a uniform we haven't seen on anybody yet, by the way, unless they've done like promos and stuff to introduce it. And it looked pretty clean. It looked like a pretty clean uniform. Not going to lie.
Those... I don't love the name, but I like the colors, and I think they will look probably pretty good. Knowing that owner and how sort of, I'd imagine it's something that he would really care about as a younger guy trying to get a younger sort of fan base. He's going to want to make sure those jerseys look as good as he can make them.
I think I am falling for the logo a little bit too.
I think like the logo. I don't love Mammoth as a name necessarily, but I do like the logo.
That owner, too, I mean, they're in the honeymoon phase right now with him, right? Like, they just got the team. Is he like a Silicon Valley guy? I don't even know.
Yeah,
but
he's like a tech guy.
He's a younger guy. He's always wearing the backwards cap and hoodies, and he just,
Big golfer.
Big golfer, too, okay. But he's giving off really cool vibes.
Yeah, he's got that.
Like, I would have a lot of belief if I were a fan of that team that... Yesterday I made the point, actually, I think some Utah fans picked up on it on social media, me yelling about how Peterka went to Salt Lake City. Just me making the point about, I don't think Buffalo was the reason Peterka wanted out.
A city issue.
Right. Because it's not they're not that different in terms of size and I mean like going out type of,
probably a lot more difficult in Utah.
I think so. So it wasn't meant to disparage Salt Lake City on that front. It's just to say I don't think market size or the city is why this ended up happening. One thing I should have given more credit though to, looking back. Because I said, like they've missed the playoffs 11 of 12 times. Like that group of players. A lot of those players have been around for a while, by the way. Like Clayton Keller and the rest.
Keller's
one
of the most underrated guys in the league, by the way.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
One thing I should have given more credit, though, to is right now, which organization would you bet on is on the right track?
Right.
Because here, it's like we're just spinning our wheels and we're always going back and forth and trying to figure out how are they going to break out of this. Utah, it would be with that owner, and he's pouring investments into that team.
Right.
And they're making a lot of good decisions. I don't know that Peterka has to be one of the good ones. I mean, again, it's not without risk. He is a player that is one-dimensional, that is a good goal scorer, but he's not an elite goal scorer yet. And they did pay him $7.7 million per year. So I'm not even 100% sure that will be one of their good decisions. But they have a lot of talent, and they're kind of going for it under this new owner. Like, I feel like they will win. I don't know they'll win a cup.
They'll definitely have the resources that they need.
Yeah, but I would bet they're a playoff team, like most years.
Yeah,
with the core they're building.
They've got. I mean, Cooley's awesome. Like you said, Keller's really good. Their decor's
super deep,
like really deep. There's nobody poppy really for them.
That's the thing. They don't have like a star defenseman. Like they don't have a Darlene or even a power.
They've got some real nice pieces back there, and
they do have Sergachev, but he might be a little overrated.
Right.
Yeah, just looking through some of their roster. Nick Schmaltz is scoring 60 points. Gunther was the other one I was trying to think of.
Yeah, Gunther's
Dylan Gunther,
really nice.
He's a young, good player.
Yeah. Anybody that gets a chance to watch ISO cam on Clayton Keller for a game,
yeah,
it's incredible. I skated with him one time, and he tore me apart.
Is he the best player you ever skated with?
Probably. Like at the time, he definitely was like. He's at the peak of his power, all-star.
Yeah. He's a 90-point player now.
I did that same weekend. I skated with Vanek. That's
pretty good.
Pretty cool.
That's pretty good.
But I don't know that Vanek. I guess they're pretty comparable players. In their prime.
I would say that.
Probably Keller's a little better, probably. But
Keller is another one of these guys that didn't make the U.S. team for the Four Nations. By the way,
and nobody. I don't see much about him making the Olympic roster either. Like I don't see a lot of buzz about him.
It's more about Tage making it, and because he wasn't on the Four Nations team, and then Caulfield, right?
Caulfield's the other one, yeah.
But Keller should get that. Should get buzz about that too.
I agree completely.
Let's go to Ron and Alden. What's up, Ron?
Good morning, guys. I don't know, Joe, if you remember I called the other day. I was a little heated at the time about even the talk about Peterka being traded. And I kept saying, well, we just need to be getting rid of all our talent. And you guys disagreed a little bit about that, about getting rid of all our younger guys. But you said, or what Jeremy Moore said, don't be mad about if we do trade Peterka until there's something to be mad about. So these two players, it sounds like everyone felt we should have got a little bit more. Should I be mad about this trade? Now hang up and listen.
Should you be mad about the trade? I don't think you'd be wrong for being mad about the trade. I think hit the pause button on it is maybe the best way. That's what I'm trying to do right now, because in a vacuum, I don't like the trade. I like the players, but I don't like the trade. I don't like what it says about the Sabres, and I don't like the idea that they felt that they had to trade J.J. Peterka. I don't think they had to do it. I don't think they really pushed that hard to continue this relationship. You could have just said, we're not trading you. What's your next move? Offer sheet? You're going to sit out? I just think calling his bluff, I think he's too far away from the Sabres not having his rights to actually take it to that level. I don't believe that he would have, which is why I would have continued the relationship, even if he said I'm not signing. I would have said, okay, here, I'm going to email you the contract. Here it is, 2 years, $7 million per year, $7.5 million per year. I'm going to email it to you. You let me know when you want to sign it or give us a counter. And if not, then we'll talk whenever.
Right, and I think that's one of the bigger sort of factors that push me to think maybe this wasn't just a Peterka wanting out thing. Like maybe there was some feeling from the Sabres side about, like, are we sure we want to make this investment on this player for whatever reason that may be, whether that's a monetary thing or a stylistic issue. I think that points to they weren't sure they wanted to make that deal with him.
Right. Which is weird, though, because there were a lot of reports that they didn't want to trade him.
Right.
That the owner likes him and the organization likes him. And
how much of that is let's boost his value, let's make it seem like we don't want to have him moved out?
I think that's been out there, though, for a while. That they like him. They've liked him a lot. They like his potential a lot. But, no, you're right. I think to answer the caller's question, though, hit the pause button. If in 2 weeks, trades have mostly happened and free agency is mostly dried up, and they're sitting there with, nothing more than like another Jason Zucker signing as their sales pitch to play in the top 6 in place of Peterka, then I think you have the right to be mad about it. You have the right to be mad about him now, but that's when I would suggest, starting being really mad about it. For now, I'm still open to the idea that they could make a move tonight or this weekend that makes it all look okay. Because there are good scorers that are going to be available. It's just whether they're going to be able to pull one of them into the boat. 803-0550 is the phone number. Big news in the NBA, by the way. Masai Ujiri, president of the Raptors, GM, like the dude who built their championship team, has been a really good executive for a long time, got fired. The NBA is so cutthroat.
It's interesting. MLSE they've cleaned out all their presidents.
Yeah, Maple Leaf Sports Entertainment.
Yeah.
They're firing everybody.
Like Toronto, they own the Toronto soccer team, the Leafs, they own the Blue Jays, and the Raptors. And they've gotten rid of, I think, everybody but the Blue Jays, like, president role now. That was something that had been rumored to be coming because they got rid of Shanahan. They got rid of the MLS guy a couple of years ago, and it seems like they want to kind of streamline and get rid of that president's role.
Yeah. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got an idea for the Sabres tonight or you want to see something specific, I think everybody wants to see a trade. Also, the Bo Byram trade rumors continue this morning. Elliot Friedman saying the market may be a little softer on Byram than the Sabres want. So we'll see what happens there. Also, we talked zoos earlier. San Diego Zoo is getting a lot of, you got to go to the San Diego Zoo. The 37% that had voted yes, that if you've seen one zoo, you've seen them all, you got to go to San Diego. I'm writing that down. Joe DiBiase, Jeremy White's off today. This is WGR. We were talking in the break about like the contract and whether that's, like I said earlier, that's a deal I would have been very happy with to see the Sabres sign him to. He signs in Salt Lake City, Utah. He doesn't go to a big market at all. He goes to a team where it's even really hard to argue, like, if the winning part of it is what really matters to you, I'm not saying they are worse off than the Sabres for this in like a belief of winning from a player. But they didn't make the playoffs last year. They were fine. They had 89 points. The Utah did last year. 89 points. But you didn't go to Florida or Tampa. You didn't go to some perennial winner. You went to a team that was bad when they were in Arizona, and then they moved, and then they were pretty good, but they weren't a playoff team. So you didn't go to a perennial winner. You didn't go to a big market or you didn't go to a big city. Was it? How much of it was about the money?
I think a lot of it was. I believe that if the Sabres had offered this contract to J.J. Peterka, he'd be a Buffalo Sabre today. That's what I believe. I don't know that. And to me, that means that Kevin Adams just didn't feel that was the value for this player.
And if that is true, man, that would I would have a lot of feelings about that are not positive. I mean,
or he could feel, no, I could have offered him that, but I don't want a guy who just doesn't want to be here. Mm-hmm. As we listen to him talk, the way he talks, and said, look, I could pay him that.
Just for the money?
But I'm not. I do think it's a very, very telling quote from the press conference the other day. He said, we could play it. I think, do you have it there? Could you play that, Josh? Could you play the quote he said, something about paying a player and is not always going to make a player happy or something like that? Do you have that? Let's play this right here. All right, Josh is going to fire it up here. Here we go.
Paying someone more money, hoping that they'll make them happy, isn't usually a recipe for success. You know, you have to have players that buy into and believe what you're doing and wake up every day in Buffalo excited to be a Sabre. I think that's important. In saying that, are there hard conversations with times? Are players at times frustrated?
I think it's important to note here, to me, like, I guess I should say, I think what he's saying is, I could pay J.J. Peterka what he wants, and he'll sign it. I don't think that helps our team because he's not going to be happy here, and we're dealing with this.
Man,
And I'm not telling you it's the right approach.
No,
I think
right,
it's his
yeah.
approach.
I think he's got the wrong approach if that's the case. You are Buffalo. You are the Buffalo Sabres. Come on, man. Even if that were true, you only have so many avenues to get talented players and to keep talented players. And there would be a lot of players that wouldn't even take your money. All right, got some NHL draft trivia tonight, 7 o'clock. Sabres pick 9. The New York Islanders will pick number 1 because they won the draft lottery. They shot way up. They'll pick first overall. For the first time since 2009, when they picked John Tavares. That is not the trivia. Tonight, Matthew Schaefer is expected to go first overall, the defenseman from Erie. He will be the 7th time. It'll only be the 7th time where a forward didn't go first overall since 2000. What are the other 6 instances of a first overall pick not being a forward?
Should we get the easy ones out of the way?
Go ahead.
Power and Dahlin.
Power and Dahlin. The last 2.
Since what year was this? 2000?
2000.
Marc-Andre Fleury.
Marc-Andre Fleury, goalie, 2003. That also is the last time the number 1 pick was traded. Florida had the pick, and they sent it to the Penguins for something.
Ekblad went first overall, right?
Aaron Ekblad went first overall in 2014.
DiPietro didn't go first overall, did he? He went 5th, I think, right?
He went first.
He was first,
yeah. All right.
DiPietro in 2000 to the Islanders.
Right.
So that is 1, 2, 3. That's 5 we got?
That is 4.
4.
You got DiPietro, you got Fleury.
Eric Johnson,
Ekblad.
Blues. Right?
Good one. That was the one I was wondering if you would get. Eric Johnson went first overall to the Blues in 2006, a former Sabre. And I think you got it.
Yeah, that's it, right?
That's your list.
There we go.
Unless you want to go back to 1996.
Ooh, all right, 1996.
How far can they go back? I don't think you'll. If you might get 96, you won't get 95.
So 96 had to have been a defenseman, right?
Yep.
95 and 96 were both Ottawa, were they not?
Yes, they were.
Ooh.
Ottawa picked first overall 3 times in 4 years: 93, 95, and 96.
Was one of them Chara?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Was
a Chara teammate, though.
Jovanovski was a first overall
Jovanovski
pick?
was first overall to Florida in 94.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
There's 2 defensemen. You had 3 years in a row as defensemen: 94, 95, 96. I think you'll only get one of the Ottawa ones.
You said it was a Chara teammate?
Yeah. He's
Chris Phillips?
Chris Phillips.
Wow.
Was first overall.
All right.
I don't think you'll get 95. Brian Berard.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Just never getting there.
92, Tampa Bay. Picked a non-forward. Go ahead.
Hammer? Something Hammer?
Hammerlick. Roman Hammerlick, which I still say is the best name in hockey history.
That's good.
Roman Hammerlick. And then before that, you got to go back to we're into the 80s now, and we don't know who these people are.
I'm out.
Rob Ramage, Colorado Rockies. Rick Green of the Capitals. Greg Jolie. Dennis Potvin. I remember hearing about Dennis Potvin. Like, I know who Dennis Potvin is, but he was used as the Dahlin comparable.
Yes.
It was, this is the best defensive prospect since Dennis Potvin in 1973.
Right.
Was what that was said about Dahlin a lot. So tonight, Matthew Schaefer will join that list. He will go first to the Islanders, barring something very surprising, which you usually don't get. Drafts, I mean, is it kind of lame at this point? Where every draft, I would say in every sport, 95% of them, we know a month out who's going first.
Yeah, everybody's film is so accessible now, and everybody, anybody can watch, and if you're smart enough, you can go, all right, this guy is better than everybody else, so this guy's probably going to go first. And then that combined with how many sources there are, you're never going to be unless there's a true, either one of these guys could do it.
Yeah.
You're never going to fool anybody about who you're taking.
No, Slavkovsky a couple years ago.
That was interesting.
There was a little bit of that, but that was just because nobody knew. What are the drafts? Any sport. What are the drafts recently where you didn't know who was going to go first? Going into that night or that day.
That day we knew Baker was going in the Allen draft.
Right, but
that's
a good one because we didn't know until that morning.
Right.
I think there was questions that whole week. Who were the Browns going to take first?
They were they like Allen, they like Baker,
ultimately,
Darnold.
I think it's been said that they were picking between Baker and Josh Allen.
Right.
That's who they were down to. And that Seattle had offered them Russell Wilson for the first pick to select Josh Allen first overall.
Yep.
So that draft's a good one because we didn't know until the day of. It's going to be Baker.
There was a Nolan Patrick, Nico Hischier that year. That was an interesting one. The NHL's not as good for this because I think not a lot of the time. Sometimes you get 2 guys, or maybe it's a weak draft, maybe it's a really strong draft that are pretty comparable.
Yeah,
and it's kind of just up to what you're looking for. Patrick got taken second by Philly.
Yeah.
I believe, and then he was in Vegas.
There was the Shane Wright one a couple years ago, too.
Yeah,
where it
that's
was
right.
He's going to be the number 1 guy, and then all of a sudden, a month before, it started shaking up a little bit, and then a guy that was projected, 9th overall goes first?
Yeah.
Yep.
Power, I thought, for like a week after the Sabres won the lottery, it was, are we sure this guy's number one? He's probably number one, but maybe it wasn't universal. And then I think he went to the World Championships and dominated, and it's like, okay, he's going first overall.
Yeah. I think his Michigan time was awesome. This guy's the best, and then he really solidified it with the World Championship.
Thank you for someone wrote in. The last time it happened in the NFL was 2022. Everyone thought Aiden Hutchinson was going to go number one, and then Trayvon Walker went first overall.
Walker went to Jacksonville, right?
Which, I forget that he went first overall, honestly. And that was a surprise. I think that was a surprise when the card got turned in.
Yeah.
Because NFL, I'm looking back, Cam Ward we knew, Caleb Williams we knew, Bryce Young we knew, Trayvon Walker we didn't, Trevor Lawrence, yes, Burrow, yes, Kyler, yes, Baker we knew the day of. Garrett, Goff, Winston, Clowney, Eric Fisher maybe in 2013. The non-quarterbacks. I guess if it's a quarterback, you kind of you know.
It's kind of up in the air because it's just positional need matters more at that point.
But if it's a quarterback, everyone knows the quarterback's going to go number one. Right. And there's Peyton Manning. I mean, Bledsoe. Then now we're too far back for me to remember what that was like, but I just don't think you get as many surprises.
No.
In these drafts. Maybe you get one tonight. It wouldn't be unheard of. It's not going to happen because I think there's a lot of reports that it will be Schaefer.
Yeah.
But he played 18 games last season. He's a defenseman. It would not be crazy if the Islanders said, we'd rather have the center that played all last year.
Right.
But no one expects that. So
he's really good. Michael Misa is really, really good. I've been doing draft prep. We're doing the second end of the draft tomorrow for Sports Talk Saturday, and Misa is really exciting to watch play. He's electric, just buzzes around, super, super fast, plays fast. He's a good player. But Schaefer is the kind of skater, like Cale Makar kind of skater, super, super floaty and smooth, and just everything he does is like that. It's all so calm and so confident. I think he should go first overall and will go first overall because he's a stud.
Tom in Rochester is next up on the Sabres. What's up, Tom?
Hey, guys. Love the show. I'm cautiously optimistic about the trade, and it just thought this morning, wondering would Power's offensive production maybe get a boost if Kesselring turns out to be a good pair for him?
Power's offense?
Yeah.
I think you will probably see his numbers go up, yes. I would say it's not all about Kesselring, though, for this. I think Power, 40 points last year. Maybe the assist total could go up a little bit because his partner now can shoot the puck 104 miles per hour. I wouldn't doubt if that could help. But it's going to be more about less time defending in your own end. One thing I've read about Kesselring is he's very good at zone entry defense. When a opposing team is carrying the puck in on the rush, he's very good at breaking that play up. So you break that play up, you get it out of you get it to Power and let him set things up more often than you're just chasing guys around in your own end. I mean, that's more opportunity for points. And this is not Kesselring related. The area I really would hope to see Power grow is his own shot. He is 6'6", 225, and he doesn't really have that hard of a shot. He got a little bit better last year, and we have seen other players get better at it. Dahlin, for example. Dahlin could not shoot the puck when he showed up in the NHL. At all. Fanning on it. One of his first goals, I remember, was a power play goal. I think Eichel set him up for a one-timer, and he kind of flubbed it, and it was slowing along the ice, but it went in because the goalie just was expecting a hard shot, and that's not what happened. He couldn't get a hold of it, and look at him now. He doesn't have the hardest shot in the league, but Dahlin, what has he scored? He scored 20 goals 2 years ago. He scored 17, right?
He
scores all the time now.
Growth there is really impressive because,
yeah,
especially now a lot of people, you can learn how to shoot now. It used to be kind of a thing that was thought of as an innate sort of talent. And now with the technology and the sticks, you can figure out how to do it. And it goes to our PowerPoint about he's got to fill out and learn how to play at his size and learn how to play at this speed. And that's, you see that with Dahlin. Dahlin, was it 2 or 3 years ago? He had that year where in his own end it was a catastrophe.
That was, I think, more than that now. That's Kruger.
Yeah.
When Kruger, he was getting walked on a nightly basis. Kruger almost ruined him.
Yeah, it was bad.
Honestly.
I know.
For all the success stories that we give to Don Granato for Tage Thompson and for, he got Skinner back and he got Middlestat going and there's a lot of them. Doesn't get mentioned enough. He might have saved Dahlin.
Right.
He was going the wrong way. That, one of the things Kruger did. He almost ruined Dahlin.
Yeah,
it was headed that way. But
so
he turned it around.
You can get excited hoping you see a similar growth path from Power.
Power, by the way, his top shot speed last year was 87 miles per hour. That was below the league average.
Yeah.
The league average was about 90.
Yeah.
So he's, just below average on that. So I do think him scoring a few more goals. There's one thing I do want to say about Power, though, about the stats and the numbers. And maybe this prevents him from ever being a Norris guy, even if he hits his ceiling. He's never going to stack points because he doesn't play on the first power play unit.
Yeah.
That's a big difference. He was actually, I'll double check this. I think he was top 10 in even strength points last year.
Yeah. Oh, he
amongst
was
all defensemen.
He scored a lot. He produced a lot of points 5-on-5 for them last year.
Right. Last year, Power had 40 points, 7 goals, and 33 assists. And 34 of the 40 points were even strength. Where Dahlin, there's a much higher percentage of his stats that are power play.
Right.
So Power, he might never top 50, 60 points.
Right.
Which is still really good, but he might never be an 80-point defenseman because he just doesn't get the power play minutes. Because Dahlin exists.
If he's able to be a 50, 60-point guy in that range and be solid in his own end and use his massive frame and move the puck effectively, you don't need him to do that because you've got Dahlin doing that. And so you're in really good shape if you've got a guy that would be capable of producing at that level. If Dahlin gets hurt or if whatever, you've got it's a good surplus to have, is that kind of defenseman. It's hard to come by.
803-0550, the number if you want to get a quick call in. And Extendo Sports. Elliot Friedman reports that Islanders defenseman Noah Dobson wants to stay in the Eastern Conference. So he's a good player.
Yeah, he is.
Sabres don't really have the need as much anymore because they just traded for Kesselring. But anyways, draft tonight. Talk some NFL collusion when we come back. The NFL colluded. We found out about it this week. And nobody cares.
Yeah.
Kind of weird. Get to that in Extendo. And I do think there's going to be more moves. We know there have to be more moves after they open up that spot in the top 6. That can come tonight, and that's where I want to feel optimistic about the next week or two. I did not like the J.J. Peterka trade, but that doesn't mean that I will not like where they end up ultimately, because they will make moves, and maybe they'll trade the 9th pick tonight. Maybe they'll make a different move tonight, or they'll trade for somebody ahead of free agency. They'll do it in free agency. I want to give a couple of weeks to this team when the reporting has been they want to do something big, and so far that has been they made another trade where the best player in the deal was their own going elsewhere. But if they want to do something big, all right, let's see it. Let's see it tonight. Let's see it this weekend, and let's see if they can get everyone to a place of hope. So it's draft day. NHL draft day. As you heard Josh in the update, we will have a draft coverage starting tonight at 7 o'clock with Brayton Wilson. Paul Hamilton will be along as well. We'll have full coverage throughout the night. Draft night memories. I mean, it's kind of a non-event compared to what it used to be in terms of draft parties and when the Sabres are picking first or second, and it's a draft that's following a tank season. It's obviously very different because tonight, I think, we won't talk much about the prospects today at all. We had Stephen Ellis on the show yesterday to do a little bit of that, but I get the sense that everybody, and this has been true probably for 2-3 years now at least, that everybody just wants to see them trade the pick. Not to say people be angry if tomorrow morning they've selected some 6'2" winger that Porter Martone, for instance, is one name that I've heard. They draft him. Tomorrow, it'll be, who is this guy? Everyone learning about what he is, and then, we'll let him go play his junior hockey, and we'll see you in 3 years. That's typically how it goes with these guys in the NHL draft. I think most people just want to see them trade the pick because the timeline is let's go, let's win right now, and the Sabres opened up a big need this week in their top 6. Time for the Frank's Mr. Plumber Plunger Toss with the Buffalo Bisons. Be caller 5 right now at 716-221-4WGR. Score 4 tickets to the Buffalo Bisons home game on June 29th at 1:05. And you have to try your luck at tossing a plunger into Hank the Tank. You'll do great. Tossing a big plunger into a giant 6-foot toilet. For a chance to win a Frank's t-shirt signed by a Bison's player. Make sure you're ready to throw because you must participate in the plunger toss to win these tickets, courtesy of Frank's Mr. Plumber. So this week, Pablo Torre Finds Out, investigative sports podcast, in collaboration with Pro Football Talk, uncovered a court document about the NFL proving collusion by limiting veteran guarantees that the NFL's management council had brought to owners and whatnot. Like, hey, it was right after Russell Wilson and more than that, Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson signing a fully guaranteed contract. Basically, it came down to this cannot happen again, and the league and the owners all deciding together we're not going to do that anymore. I mean, that is collusion. The Browns did something they didn't like, and they wanted to get together and say, we're not going to do that again. And what's the most interesting part of this story, there's a couple things. One is, there's some proof right there that the NFL has the capability, and in certain situations for certain issues, they will do it. So there's a little bit of proof there. And 2, you are seeing the power of the NFL right out in front of you where you're seeing no coverage of this story on any of the league's major network partners. ESPN.com, it was the 6th listed story behind, like, I forgot. There was one that was funny. It was like a boxing match between guys no one ever heard of. I don't remember. But you're not seeing any of this from the league's partners because they don't want to step in it. But you can read it for yourself if you want. There's like a highlighted paragraph that kind of shows it, but it feels like it should be a really big story, and it's just basically Pablo Torre and Mike Florio. And that's it. All right. That is going to do it for the week here on Jeremy and Joe. I'm going to go look up a list of zoos. Final vote, 30% say that zoos are... You've seen one zoo, you've seen them all. And everybody else that's saying no is just screaming at those people, you've never been to the good zoos. Like the elite zoos of the country, like the DC Zoo and the San Diego Zoo. I'm seeing mentioned the most. Ride for Roswell tomorrow, by the way. Bulldog leading our team. Be sure to donate. Go to Ride for Roswell's site, and you can search Team WGR, search Bulldog, and you can donate there. So good luck to those guys, and stay tuned. Sal Capaccio on the way next with the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR.